Hello everybody, how we doing in Snedland? Welcome, my name is David Snedeker, this is the Indoctrination, and I'm glad to be with you this evening. Here we are on a Wednesday, normally a night off for me and our crew, so we are coming on a special broadcast here this evening for obvious reasons, because we are in on the precipice of something really, really fantastic, and we are wanting to be a part of this transition, part of this shift into the next paradigm. And that's why, thousands of us gather every evening live to learn about what's going on and share about what's going on and connect with people that we can actually have a conversation with about what's really, really going on. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. Good to see you all. Thanks. Went old school with the hat. So we'll see how many OGs we have on tonight. But good to see you all. Angel Eyes says 107 is Wayne Willett. Wayne Willett, Angel Eyes. Will you send us a link on that? You're welcome, Kim. Thanks for being here. So, I thought I was a clone. Yeah, my clones got the night off. Yes, we are, thank you. We are, President Trump got impeached today for the second time. Wow. Okay, so let's get started, shall we? If you're new here, welcome. Please let us know, because there's a lot of people are here. Love you as well, all of you, and so many great people here. And so we do a process here because there are a lot of places you go on the internet. There's a lot of places you go in the world where they force you to wear a mask, or you don't feel free to be able to speak your mind, because you're at work, or you're at, it's at your children's school, and you don't want to offend anybody. But here, your free speech is sacred. We just ask that you be polite, because if you're not, you're just an asshole, and we don't really want you at the party. There's no other way to say that. But if you're cool, come on in, drop some knowledge, share some information, soak up some information. But before we do that, we ask you to imagine all your preconceived notions and your unconscious bias in this big hooded winter coat. You're coming into a warm theater, Snedeker Theater here. We just ask you to check your coat and get a claim ticket, including your ego. Check in all that so that you can come into a safe place and download some information, engage with other patriots, other people who have awakened, if not recently, have been awakened a long time. I've been awake 14 years to the indoctrination, which is thus the name of this broadcast, because we expose the indoctrination. So we come together every night to support each other. We pray, we cuss, we laugh, we dig, we find, as best we can, we navigate our pathway through this present maze. So grab your favorite drink, favorite snack, favorite person, favorite you, favorite pet, and come on in. Cheers, everybody. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day, or as I like to call it, happy hump the Trump day, because the House tried to screw President Trump today, and they did, in their fantasy world, screw President Trump today in a pure lynching fashion, mob mentality. Talk about a mob mentality. Talk about everybody jumping on board the anti-Trump train, the false rhetoric that he actually incited, that violence that they allowed into the Capitol building. I was there, and And I saw them repel people later very effectively and very easily. They were not trying to repel those people that got in earlier, folks. That's a highly secured building. The vice president was in that building. The third in line, the Speaker of House, was in the building, and senators and congressmen. It is a very secure building. The only way those people got in is if they were let in. And if only we had some video to prove that. Oh, wait. Yeah, we do. We've seen plenty of video of them letting people through the lines, letting people through the doors into the Capitol, police standing, watching these people. The deaths that occurred there, that will be investigated later, and that will be proven to be, part of a choreographed FF in order to take down Trump and take him off communication, and you and I off communication as well, because conservative views have been purged from our internet. Okay, so cheers to President Trump. Cheers to our next president, President Trump, and all his family, all the QAnons, all the Anons, all the autists, all the snedheads, the keyboard warriors. Here's a cheers to you all. Keep your faith. Keep the faith in God. Keep the faith in President Trump. Keep the faith in justice, because that's what we're going to see play out here over the coming days. Cheers, all. All right, everybody. We're gonna jump right in. A couple things. First off, this is a test of the emergency broadcast system. Okay? The way that we know that the emergency broadcast system works is if it's tested. Okay? The way we know that the emergency broadcast system is reliable is because it's tested. And if you grew up and you're in my era, then you know that this is a test of the emergency broadcast system. Beep would come on our television, would come on our radio, okay? And they were basically testing the reliability of that system. This is a test of your ability to see through the indoctrination. This is a test of your ability to hold on fast to what you know is right and what you know is true. This is a test to either allow your information to be spoon-fed or to seek out your information on your own. This is a test of how long you will remain loyal to a cause before you fold like a lawn chair under the pressure of public opinion. We are being tested by God. We are being tested by this president, the Q team. We are being tested by each other. And most of all, we are testing ourselves to see what kind of resolve and what kind of fierceness will arise out of this suppression, this oppression, and this fascism that we are experiencing by being censored, by being throttled, by being kept from speaking to somebody, communicating with somebody. We are living in an upside down world, and those who view it as upside down are the ones that are being criticized the most, because the loudest voices are the ones that disagree with us. The loudest voices are the ones that have the most control. They're the ones that have been running this propaganda operation from the very start. They still have control over that propaganda arm. And as long as they have control over that propaganda arm, unless you believe that the white hats are doing it just to wake people up more and more and more through the absurdity, as Todd and I do. So there's two ways to look at this. Whether the black hats are operating still in control of the media, or the white hats are, you are being tested. How will you weather this test? How will you weather this storm for your reliability? Because remember, you want this win. You want to work for this win. You want to spread this information. You want to share this information. You want to awaken as many people as possible for selfish reasons and for unselfish reasons. Because you don't want this battle to be won without you being on the front line, keyboard in hand, phone in hand, sending out information, real information, to break through the lies of the mainstream mockingbird media propaganda. Folks, in this next week, we will either see the complete transformation of this planet begin, or we will see the complete, just business as usual operation moving forward. Do you really think Trump, Q, the Anons, all the military, do you really think that they've come all this way and exposed all of these people? Weiner's computer, Hunter's laptop, Bobulinski's phones and computer, Alan Parrott's information, Italy's information, the Ukraine investigation, Hillary Clinton's emails, Julian Assange and Wikipedia and all that they know, the truth about Seth Rich, the truth about the DNC and HRC and the Clinton Foundation. We have it all. And those are the things that are going to be exposed that awaken the humanity that is still turning on their television and thinking that they're getting the news. They are not getting the news. They are receiving programming. George Carlin said that's why they call it programming, because they are programming you MK Ultra like, which was a declassified operation of our military that hypnotized and drugged information slaves, sex slaves, and assassins to carry out their work and then forget they ever did. Very systematic operation, very effective operation. There are still sleeper cells today that are MK Ultra programmed, and they have successfully, through 4K, high definition, multiple lines per second on your television screen, on your computer screen. We are being programmed on a mass scale. And my mission is to awaken you to that fact so that you can open your eyes in a new way. I watched The Matrix last night. I've been wanting to watch that again for quite a while. Amazing. Amazing. When he's just waking up, after awakening in that cocoon, that tube, and he looks out and over, and sees tens of thousands of the same thing that it was in, full of humans that were being used for their energy as batteries for the AI that now controlled the planet, the Matrix. And everybody was in a dream. And when he finally got to Morpheus and he said, and he tried to open his eyes, he said, "Why do my eyes hurt?" And Morpheus said, "Because you've never used them." We are using our eyes, and we are seeing things that we've never seen before. We're looking at things the way we've never looked at them before. Because there's such a clear and definitive delineation between sanity and insanity. Sanity and insanity has never been clearer, has never been more visible, more palatable than it is right now in January of 2021. What a gift. What a gift to not have those lines blurred any longer, but to have this clear and definitive delineation between just sanity and insanity, and being able to see the insanity and how people have been indoctrinated into that insanity. And just thank God that we are not a part of that. There's going to be an awakening. For those of you, I want to brace you, for those of you who think that everything's going to be fine in a couple of days, or 10 days, or 20 days, or whatever, it won't. Why? Because there's going to be an awakening of those who were nearly impossible to wake before. And that's not going to be a pretty sight. And so please don't be clinging on, hanging on, thinking everything's going to get better. It'll get harder, but at least we'll be moving in the direction of accountability on this planet. We'll be moving in the direction of justice on this planet. Right? You know, you may be hurting on the way to somewhere, but you know once you get there, things will be fine. That's what we're looking at here. Things are going to be fine, folks, but we may have to go through a rough patch here. So good to see you all. I just wanted to open with that little brief message, which I didn't even know I was going to say before I came on. I hope it's helpful to you. I hope my words are helpful. I don't mean them to be anything but. I never mean to be fear-mongering. I never mean to to make you feel down about things. But I will be honest with you about what's going on, who I am, where we're going, what I see, what I don't see, and I think you can be. I think that's a service that I'm happy to offer you, because that's what I feel like I'm capable of doing in this moment in time. Gina says, "What does rough mean?" Well, just imagine when 30% of the population is completely asleep. Thank you, Kathy. Is completely asleep. Thank you, Tensia. And they are shaken awake, which is what's going to happen when they start to see what's really been going on. Or another large portion of the population who think they're awake, but they really haven't delved into the absolute human atrocities that are occurring around the planet as we speak. And so that's going to be shaking people awake. And so That's why we want to focus on keeping a high frequency, prayer, meditation, connection with others, like true connection, which we haven't been able to do with a lot of people that don't understand, which is why we come here, because we can connect with other patriots that get what's going on here. So that could be, that could be a little rough, right? Yes, we're going to get into the executive order. Let's see. Being dishonest serves no good purpose. I don't know what that means, dishonest. Let's see. Good to see you. Yeah, Dixie, it's extremely difficult for people to admit they've been deceived. Yeah. A lot of people have talked about that. Samuel Clemens talked about that. He had a great quote about that. People would rather be deceived than to be awakened from their slumber. I'm paraphrasing. That's not his quote, but if you guys have it, go ahead and drop it. Let's see. Cindy says, I can't understand why smart men like Tucker, Hannity, Mark, Bongino, etc. aren't 17. They have to know about it, right? Well, that's a great question. I think that I think all four of those people you just mentioned are doing some great service for humanity, but you have to understand the big picture here, and I think a lot of them can't talk about it. Like Tucker can't talk about the bank and how the Federal Reserve has enslaved humanity. Tucker can't talk about that. Hannity can't talk about that. Okay? Why? Because they're mainstream. Levin can't talk about that. I don't know if Bongino does or not, but Levin's pretty mainstream too. He gets on Fox. He starts talking about some of the things I talk about, he's not going to be on Fox. He's going to lose a lot of his viewership. Okay? And so even if they did know about 17, there's certain things they can't say about it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Jan V, look at Day 1 J Trumpet on Twitter. Yeah, do we know who that is? Because there's going to be a lot of. Here's the thing, guys. There's a lot of fakes out there. Hey, Todd, Cindy, if you guys want to go ahead and call in, I'd love to get started with you quicker. I want to keep this fairly short tonight, maybe a little bit past 9, but not too much past that. And FBI tanks in New York. Oh my God, Nelson Beverly posted on IndoctriNATION. Thank you. I'll check that out. Elise, falling asleep. Hurry. What's going on? It's only 9:50. Elise, come on, hang out with us a little bit. Go put some coffee on. Sean, I wish some of you were near me. Sean, where are you? We got snetheads everywhere, worldwide. Let me pull up Todd and Cindy here. The hat goes off, the old school fedora, folks, and because I need my headset on. Hello, Cindy. Let me see. Hello. Boy, we got some connection issues here, folks.
Hello.
Oh, hey there.
Hey, Elise, wake up.
I know, right?
Just kidding.
She's in Connecticut. I get it. East Coast time.
Yeah, it's 10 till 9 our time here too. It's like,
hey, Wuzzy Fuzzy Dave, I've missed you. It's Fuzzy. Jesus, thank God for your show. Good to have you back, man. What's going on, Fuzzy? What's happening?
Jesus.
Yeah, Veritas is dropping some bombs. How you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Great.
Got some sleep last night. Still feel
awesome.
like I sleep for another 24 hours.
I think I could sleep for 10 days of darkness, quite honestly.
I think so.
And I think I might. Glad you guys got some rest. You deserved it. You guys are amazing. A reminder, folks, that Cindy and Todd stay up 2 hours later than I do because they're in Central Time and I'm on the West Coast. So let's see. So what anything in particular, Cindy, you would like to cover tonight that came across your lap today that you'd like to share? Obviously, you can do that any time of the show. I just wanted to see if you had any.
How about that new executive order that Trump put out there today?
Okay, yeah. So that is very interesting. Now let me go to that. Do I have that in the chat? I think I have it in the show. I think Christy may have put that in there.
Yeah. Taylor
let's see.
shared that.
Let's see. Okay, so excuse me. So here's what we got here. Okay, now, excuse me, folks. All right, let me pull this up for you. Now, we discussed this. Oh, geez. I don't remember exactly when, but we discussed the executive order, and that was okay. Hold on. This was the executive order, and what's going on here? Okay, having some technical difficulties, but the executive order that the president signed about Chinese companies that could no longer be on the stock exchange because they work in conjunction with the Chinese military, right? So why is that not working? Hold on.
Do you need me to send it to you again?
No, I have it. It's just not coming up on my. It's not allowing me to pull it up on my on my system here. Very, very odd. Let me see if I can. Let me do this. Yeah, I can do it this way. I'll do it this way. Okay. All right, folks. So this is so President Trump basically, he knows that the companies that are handling communications for the CCP are private companies owned by the CCP, and they're controlled by the CCP. But President Trump said you can't have American investors in these. You can't be on the stock exchange because you're working in conjunction with the Chinese military. Okay? So this is an update to that, and this is a text of a letter from President Trump to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate. Now, the significance of this you may already know, but certainly, hold on. Susan, do you know the link to the military internet that we have been referred to you so Trump can talk to us? I have not heard that, Susan. Can you dig into that? Snedheads, can you dig into that and send it to me in Messenger and to Cindy and Todd in Messenger as well?
You mean they could have been talking directly to us the whole time?
Yeah, no kidding, right? Well, that wouldn't have been any fun. It wouldn't have exposed anybody.
Oh, my God. They could have just said, hey, you know what this guy did?
Exactly.
We got the evidence. You guys trust us? Okay, let's go.
Well, we got to definitely make sure that they expose everybody that tried to change it, stop it, right? It's like you've got to know everybody that's involved in the conspiracy, and and they are. It is happening. Darlene says, go to Rumble today, 113. Nasara is happening. Trump stepped down. We're going to. There was no fringe on the flags at the Alamo. I'm not sure about the one from today. Let me go to this one, Todd. Then we'll. Why don't we? I'll read through this. We'll talk about this a little bit. Then maybe go to President Trump's speech.
Yeah, let's go to the main man.
Yeah, exactly. So this is his letter today. Dear Madam Speaker, dear Mr. President, pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the National Emergencies Act, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code, Snedheads, please dig into those and send us what you come up with, okay? Engage, please. I hereby report that I have issued an executive order taking further steps to deal with the threat posed by the People's Republic of China, PRC, increasing exploitation of the United States capital to resource and to enable capital, that's financial, not the capital, to resource and to enable the development and modernization of its military, intelligence, and other security apparatuses, which continue to allow the PRC to directly threaten the United States homeland and U.S. forces overseas, including by developing and deploying weapons of mass destruction, advanced conventional weapons, and malicious cyber-enabled actions against the United States and its people. Now, Todd, if I only had a week in office, I wouldn't bother with this.
Yeah, that Donald Trump, he just wants to work right up to the end of his term, doesn't he?
Dude, I'd be like at Bedminster, playing 18 on the people's dime right now.
Dude, I would take that last paycheck too.
Exactly, right?
Keep it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give it back this time.
No, because he needed I'd take a little walking money with me, right?
Yeah.
Take a little walking money.
Little for the trouble money,
Right? Exactly. Yeah. Just a little something for the for the troubles.
Right.
So, all right. So I'll continue through the national strategy. So, as I'm reading this, think about why President Trump signed this today. This is a lot to type. This is a lot. You got to think through the wording. You got to, this is not, it's not easy. Through the national strategy of military-civil fusion, the PRC increases the size of the country's military-industrial complex by compelling civilian Chinese companies to support its military and intelligence activities. Those companies, though remaining ostensibly private and civilians, directly support the PRC's military, intelligence, and security apparatuses and aid in their deployment and modernization. At the same time, they raise capital by selling securities to United States investors that trade on public exchanges, both here and abroad, lobbying United States index providers and funds to include these securities in market offerings and engaging in other acts to ensure access to U.S. capital. In that way, the PRC exploits United States investors to finance the development and modernization of its military. Think about that. We have an enemy that wants us destroyed. And not only do its civilians invest in that country every time they go to Target and Walmart and buy things that are no longer made in other parts of the world and only China. But we have big hedge funds. We have big foundations. We have, what do you call it? Funds, the investment or I'm forgetting the what they're called, endowments like Harvard and these major schools, okay, that these financial behemoths are literally buying stock in Chinese companies that are supporting the Chinese military. To deal with that threat, I signed Executive Order 13959, which you may have learned about here on this broadcast, on November 12, 2020. Executive Order 13959 prohibits certain purchases, okay, involving publicly traded. By the way, you guys see this ad down here for the Epic Times? Do you guys see that, or is that just coming up on my screen? Let me see. Yeah, you see it. The Epic Times, guys, you can get a real newspaper delivered to you for very little money, okay? And it's worth it. It's fantastic. So check out the Epic Times, please. So prohibits certain purchases involving publicly traded securities or any securities that are derivative of or designed to provide investment exposure to such securities of any communist Chinese military company. Those companies are ones the Department of Defense has listed or will list pursuant to Section 1237 of Public Law 105 to 261. Okay? As amended, or are identified as communist Chinese military companies or their subsidiaries by the Secretary of the Treasury using similar criteria. Today I signed an executive order amending Executive Order 13959. The amendments prohibit certain sales as well as purchases of publicly traded securities or any securities that are derivative of or designed to provide investment exposure to such securities of any communist Chinese military company. They also prohibit possession of such securities by United States persons 1 year after a company is determined to be a communist Chinese military company. And finally, they allow the Secretary of Defense publicly to list whether a company is a communist Chinese military company using the criteria in Section of Public Law as amended by Section 1233 of Public Law and Section 1222 of Public Law, regardless of whether the Secretary must report that determination under Section 1237. I am enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump. Now, Todd, why would President Trump be doing such a thing?
Well, he might have just been bored. He's not doing anything, so
Right.
because he doesn't have to give as many public speeches, and he could be just sitting around going, "Gosh, how could I, help the country out a little bit? Maybe I ought to write an executive order that tells the Chinese Communist Party that we're not going to finance their coup for them."
Yep.
Huh.
So what this is going to do is it's going to open up the information of who is involved in Chinese companies that are our leaders. And so this is going to expose them and stop them from doing it any further. But
Well,
more
Dave, I didn't
importantly,
do a big deep dive on the companies involved because it's there was plenty of other stuff to look at this point.
yeah,
But if they infiltrate index funds, then that means a lot of people could be investing in these companies and not know it even.
right,
You know,
exactly. So you're,
And
for
that's-
example,
that's
like
the
you're,
whole. That's the thing. It's the exposure of it. People that have retirement funds, any kind of funds at all. The fireman's fund, the teachers fund. Don't you think that they ought to know or check maybe their baskets of stocks and see that they're not financing the Communist Chinese Party?
exactly.
And that's why they're giving them time to get out of it. You can't just snap your fingers and say, boom, you're out. But, what's that going to do to those companies right now? There are going to be people running for the exits.
Yes. Yeah. So we're going
You
to
don't want to
see.
be the last guy at the, you don't want to be the last guy there going, hey, where'd everybody go
Right.
when you're
Right.
investing in stock? So there's people running for cover right now on those.
Absolutely. So that's going to be very interesting because the other thing that we've heard is that what's going on in Pakistan. By the way, does Pakistan have their electricity back on?
I haven't heard either way.
Yeah, yeah. Can you guys find out if Pakistan is still dark? Ruth Ann Jones, yes. Trump's speech started with "My fellow Americans." Yes, it did. Q marker, 17 marker. Should we pull our 401ks? Julie says. Again, I'm not an investment advisor, but you want to know if your 401k is investing in Chinese companies. That would be huge.
Well, we talked about that earlier, Dave.
Yeah.
Investors, especially large hedge fund investors, that the guys that drink about 40 pots of coffee over the course of a 24-hour period and
Right.
have to smoke cigarettes, and their lives basically depend on what that fund does.
Right.
Look what Jim Cramer said he went through when he ran a hedge fund. If you don't know Jim Cramer on CNBC,
Yeah.
he talks about the times that he didn't sleep. It was almost like being an anon, but it was all the
Right.
time. And for
Right.
years, he managed a large hedge fund, and it was very taxing.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine having $3 billion and wondering if I'm getting, if I'm performing. Will I have a job, or will I be jumping off a building? There's a lot of stress there for those guys. But what I was getting to was, there is something really, really, really big happening behind the scenes here in the market. And a lot of people aren't paying attention to it, but that used to be like the temperature. That was the thermometer in the country's mouth. You could tell if it was going to be a bad day or a good day around the world according to what happened to that market.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are looking at total socialism to communism getting power in this country, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they're showing and portraying on our televisions for everyone to see and scaring everybody to death.
Yeah.
And I look at this market and I say, why isn't that market tanking like never before? Because in the past, it didn't, if a guy in Tajikistan, which I made up, it's not even a country, but this is just for analysis. Tajikistan rattles sabers with Uzbekistan right next door. The market takes that information and that digests it. Says, what's this going to do to the overall economy of the world? Could these two going to war, or could there be some market interruptions?
Mm-hmm.
Could there be, what's going on here? Maybe a humanitarian crisis that has to be digested, and everything is taken into account. In fact, when I was in the market and had just a little bit of money in it, and I had a software program that I paid pretty good money for that took into account almost every factor in the world. Like the price of oil, the price of
Right.
gold, the price of silver, and
Right.
even local politics. And it was a really good program anyway. And you could set the parameters so you could, maximize your gains based on everything around the world. But what I'm getting to, and this is the simple fact of the matter to me, is there's absolutely no way in my mind that I can digest this market being at near record highs,
Mm-hmm.
on the precipice of the United States going to communism or socialism at least. It makes no sense, and I think there has to be someone behind this with a lot of capital that is propping that market up.
Yes. Where do you think that's coming from?
I personally think it's coming from Nasara funds. It's a
Interesting.
long leap. It's a long leap of faith, but it takes a lot of money to prop up, what's going on. If you guys just can't understand, I don't know if you all get it about how tied this market is to the world. All the interruptions that we had during the summer. Remember when we just had the virus?
Mm-hmm.
Remember what the market did? It went down 50%.
Right.
And that was for a virus that we didn't know anything about yet. And then it took it and digested the information, and then it came back, and it actually went above the level that we started that the virus at this spring. So where is that initial shock of the market based on the fact that we could go to almost total socialism or communism? There should be some investors running for the hills. Because what is the geopolitical, the economic security going to be like when basically you let people who are telling you they're going to raise your taxes by at least $4.5 trillion, and then they're going to have a new Green Deal, which approaches $100 trillion, which we cannot have.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they going to get that money, Dave? They're coming for us.
Yeah.
And those with the most money have the most to lose, right? So wouldn't you at this point be going, oh boy, taxes are going through the roof next year. I don't know what it looks like. I'm grabbing my nest egg, and I'm going to run for the hills, and I'm going to take the penalties that if they charge you 25% to take it out, at least it's not 50%.
Right.
When the capital gains you to death. So there's something that doesn't smell right when you give it the sniff test. Mm-hmm. That market should be telling us to be scared.
D. Logan Romsberg says Trump doesn't want to see the people lose their life savings, but the shorts are getting killed.
Oh, God, yes. Could you imagine the people that are expecting what I would have been expecting?
Yeah.
There are people out there that are getting smoked.
Yep.
Because it should be an easy layup, Dave. This is like everybody on the other team fell down, and the bucket's right there. And you're dribbling it up, and you're going to shoot, and you're all of a sudden you get this feeling that you're shooting at your own basket or something because nobody's there with you.
Right.
You're like, did I get spun around? What is going on? Because this is where we're at.
Todd Shannon says, remember, they're going to push us to the precipice. 107 says the country must have a near-death experience so that we never forget and never let our country fall into this mess again. I think 107 has even gone as far as saying that they're going to put Biden in. But I don't see that happening unless it's immediately overturned before there's any traction because of the corruption, because of the, he gets arrested and so forth. But I don't think they're going to let him in because you can't arrest the sitting president. You have to. What's that?
Depending on the government. See, we don't know that this government hasn't already been dissolved.
Exactly. It would have to be the Republic, right? And the corporation must have been dissolved. But I do agree with that. And I think I've said, guys, we needed the election. We needed this. We needed that to wake up, because look how many people are waking up every week.
Right.
And POTUS, Muchas Gaseous says, POTUS will go for maximum embarrassment drama by leaving it to the last minute. And by the way, you expose those people who gave up on you.
Yeah, and Corsi called that out, whether we know what Corsi's good or bad or indifferent. He called it out. He said every time Trump looks like he's going to lose, that's when he wins.
Yep.
And, that stuck with me a long time ago when I saw that speech earlier this summer. I said, he's dead on. I mean, look at impeachment. Look at all the weapons that they had lined up against that guy.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have come through that. I haven't done a lot of bad things in my life that I know about, but there would be people there to remind you of it. He must have been pretty squeaky clean for being a billionaire. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he was a perfect candidate because he had he had to go through this basically anal probing,
Yeah.
you know, and come out smelling like a rose. So, you know, he'd probably been probed before by the guys that wanted him to run.
Yep. Hey, Awoken Dixie says 107 is 107. Get rid of the 0, it's 17. I've never thought about that. 107. 107.
I've played around with it. I follow Juan. I think he's brilliant. And, you know, information-wise, yeah, I don't see anybody out there giving any more information than him. And as far as being dialed in, he has to be a little bit somewhat dialed in my opinion. I mean, did you watch his movie yet?
No, I haven't. I got to see that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I don't, you know, I always hold back a little bit of reservation on somebody I can't confirm who's basically, you know, he's got a fake name and I haven't ever seen his face. But I can almost picture what he looks like in my head. It's, you know, somebody that dialed in that goes back, and he's about the right age, and you know, I don't like to make predictions on all that stuff though, because it really gets us nowhere. But
yeah,
and you know, if he's a shill, I don't see it.
Yeah. Well, let's go to. I did want to bring up that, and somebody mentioned this in the chat as well. It's on Epic Times, and it's also on Business and Human Rights Resource Center, and that is that. Hold on. Yeah, let me do this. That 83 major brands implicated in report on forced labor of the Uyghur minority assigned to factories across provinces included company responses. Basically, it's a Australian strategic policy report called Uyghurs for Sale, Re-Education, Forced Labor, and Surveillance Beyond Xinjiang, which identified 83 foreign and Chinese companies as allegedly directly or indirectly benefiting. Okay, so what's going to come out is the ones on the stock exchange, but also the ones not on the stock exchange. Listen to some of these names. Let's see. Abercrombie and Fitch, Adidas, Amazon, BMW, Gap, H&M, Inditex, Marks and Spencer, Nike, North Face, Puma, PVH, Samsung, Uniqlo to respond. They asked them to respond. The responses are provided. We invited Apple, Esprit, and Fila to respond. They did not. L Brand sent its response after publication of our weekly update in October 2020. We will continue to post further company responses as we receive them. Further company comments can also be found in the articles below. Let's see what Nike had to say about it.
Yeah, that's the other part, Dave. I was going to say was if you're going to research the companies involved, you have to look at the ones that are not named.
Yeah.
Because exactly. We all know about Apple. We all know about Nike. You know, we all know about the tragic humanitarian crisis with the Uyghurs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look at what was it? Just last NBA season that they were talking. You know, one guy makes a comment about China and the human rights, and then LeBron had to come in and save the brand.
Yeah.
And you know. Look at those allegiances. We're going to have a lot of athletes that go right in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is, you know, they're going to try to save face. While Nike does not directly source products from Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and does not have relationships with, you know, these companies, we have been conducting ongoing diligence with our suppliers in China to identify. No.
Right.
No, they haven't. Okay.
You know,
so these companies, everyone's going to be held accountable. We're entering an age of accountability. I'm sorry, but you're going to be walking down the street. You're going to see somebody with Nikes, and you're going to say, "Hey, dude, do you know where those are made? Do you know who made those?" Okay. Forced labor in China. Forced labor, not even like low wage labor.
Yeah. and it might come down to the fact that they go, well, we don't assemble them in the country anymore. We make them over here. But the thing is, they get their rubber from China, or where forced laborers, or their fabrics, for their shirts. All of the things it takes to make a shoe or a shirt or an outfit.
Mm-hmm.
They may say, well, we don't make those there, and it's just saying we don't assemble them there.
Yeah. And so, all these companies, North Face, Marks and Spencer, Philips Van Heusen, Samsung, okay? And none of them are going to start out with, oh my God, I'm sorry, we've been caught. Or, I'm sorry, we didn't know. It's going to be like, well, we do this and we do that and we do. So it's all horse shit. But this is all going to be exposed, folks. This is all going to be exposed. I want to take you to President Trump's speech today. Let's listen to President Trump straight from the horse's mouth, and we'll talk about it here in a minute. All right. Hold on.
As I have said, my fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week. As I have said, the incursion of the U.S. Capitol struck at the very heart of our republic. It angered and appalled millions of Americans across the political spectrum. I want to be very clear. I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement. Making America great again has always been about defending the rule of law, supporting the men and women of law enforcement, and upholding our nation's most sacred traditions and values. Mob violence goes against everything I believe in and everything our movement stands for. No true supporter of mine could ever endorse political violence. No true supporter of mine could ever disrespect law enforcement or our great American flag. No true supporter of mine could ever threaten or harass their fellow Americans. If you do any of these things, you are not supporting our movement, you are attacking it, and you are attacking our country. We cannot tolerate it. Tragically, over the course of the past year, made so difficult because of COVID-19, we have seen political violence spiral out of control. We have seen too many riots, too many mobs, too many acts of intimidation and destruction. It must stop. Whether you are on the right or on the left, a Democrat or a Republican, there is never a justification for violence. No excuses, no exceptions. America is a nation of laws. Those who engaged in the attacks last week will be brought to justice. Now I am asking everyone who has ever believed in our agenda to be thinking of ways to ease tensions, calm tempers, and help to promote peace in our country. There has been reporting that additional demonstrations are being planned in the coming days, both here in Washington and across the country. I have been briefed by the U.S. Secret Service on the potential threats. Every American deserves to have their voice heard in a respectful and peaceful way. That is your First Amendment right. But I cannot emphasize that there must be no violence, no law breaking, and no vandalism of any kind. Everyone must follow our laws and obey the instructions of law enforcement. I have directed federal agencies to use all necessary resources to maintain order. In Washington, D.C., we are bringing in thousands of National Guard members to secure the city and ensure that a transition can occur safely and without incident. Like all of you, I was shocked and deeply saddened by the calamity at the Capitol last week. I want to thank the hundreds of millions of incredible American citizens who have responded to this moment with calm, moderation, and grace. We will get through this challenge just like we always do. I also want to say a few words about the unprecedented assault on free speech we have seen in recent days. These are tense and difficult times. The efforts to censor, cancel, and blacklist our fellow citizens are wrong, and they are dangerous. What is needed now is for us to listen to one another, not to silence one another. All of us can choose by our actions to rise above the rancor and find common ground and shared purpose. We must focus on advancing the interests of the whole nation, delivering the miracle vaccines, defeating the pandemic, rebuilding the economy, protecting our national security, and upholding the rule of law. Today I am calling on all Americans to overcome the passions of the moment and join together as one American people. Let us choose to move forward united for the good of our families, our communities, and our country. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
So,
last week.
let Todd finish. Thoughts on this, brother?
Oh, I felt after I got to tell you, I was really tired today. I didn't sleep a lot, and Shelby, our 11-year-old, screamed in the other room, and we were both, Cindy and I were looking, and we said, "What the heck's going on?" She said, "He said it. He said it." And I said, "What?" He said the storm, my fellow Americans. And it was so cute, when she ran in and was so excited to deliver the
awesome
message. And I was just about ready to go down for another nap because I've been just doing little cat naps during the day, and and my my cat nap lasted about 3 or 4 hours.
Nice.
But my overall sense of it is basically what I got out of it, Dave. I don't know why I got this thought. Is, do you realize that the 17 team had to know that patriotic Americans would not be in the street rallying, would not be in the street with guns, and would not be in the street doing the things that the left were doing in order for this plan to work?
Right.
Because if we were a violent group of, right-wing extremists, as they call us, we would have already done some really bad things possibly in the streets.
Right.
And it worked out perfectly that when he talked about it in this, that the one event that he can actually, that the left can actually point and say, well, that was Trump people. It was all fake Trump people. Well,
one of the things, they won't let me live stream on Facebook, guys. Yeah, we're gonna do the deltas today, guys. The 3-year deltas are off the charts. Paint797 says U.S. Secret Service, which is red marker number 6.
That was hit. That was hit during the Capitol building.
Yeah.
U.S. Secret Service was also involved there, so that marker was always already checked off my box.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I hit it.
So one of the things he said, folks, just like the smooth transition, okay, which is going to be a transition but not to Biden and Harris, okay? But to his new administration, possibly the military in between, FEMA in between, actually DHS, Department of Homeland Security, possibly in between. But but today he said, those responsible for the breach of the Capitol would be prosecuted. Guess who was responsible?
Yeah.
Not the people you think were responsible, or not the people the mainstream media wants you to think were responsible, okay?
It was the little old lady that led you up the Capitol steps, Dave.
Exactly.
She was the one that broke out the first window with her cane, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she was my blocker. The IndoctriNATION.com, Soldier's Angel, you can sign up for email. TheIndoctriNATION.com. Yes, and I'm going to check out my email as well for some things. Now, so that was very interesting, Todd. Some people were saying the stripes on the flag that were angled, not an American flag, unless it was folded some weird way.
It was.
Yeah.
It was folded in a way that you couldn't see the edges of it, so you couldn't see if it had yellow fringe or not.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And a lot of people think it's green screen. I would definitely say that's a possibility, if not probability.
Yep.
And then somebody said, "Did you see the flag behind Nancy? It was very wrinkled." I have not seen that yet, but we can go to that. Norma, happy birthday today.
Happy
got a
birthday.
birthday in the house. Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Let's see. I know you guys are begging me to sing more, but I'm going to have to let you down easy tonight. Sorry. I'm going to break hearts around the world by just silencing myself, Todd.
The silky smooth baritone voice of David Schnedeker.
The crooner.
On NPR.
All right. So let's see. So there's our president speaking. Okay. Now this is from Odd Monster on Twitter that was dropped here from Mike in the to talk about Pence, and this is very interesting. Okay, but I first want to take you to Todd. What were the ones with the marker? By the way, Q Alerts is back up and running, folks, and Barbara has archived all the Q Alerts offline.
I did the same thing.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that they put this up here, by the way.
Yeah.
And what a great way to do it. Well,
it kind of was a catch-22 for me. I was like,
Yeah.
well, if there was your easy time off, Todd, you don't have Trump and you don't have 17. So, that was your easy way to tiptoe off the stage and say, I don't have anything to share. But I was like, I had my conscience was saying, you got to do it. You got to try to help. Because this is the way I'm looking at this, Dave. And I don't know. I think this is the best analogy during the day that I could come up with.
Uh-huh.
All right. Now, a stunt man knows he has to pull off this major car accident, fiery crash with, finish, right?
Uh-huh.
So he gets in his souped up car and with the real big engine and the big tires and with all the safety gear, of course. He's got his helmet, he's got his fire suit, he's got all kinds of, devices, a Hans device for his neck. He knows he can accomplish this jump.
Uh-huh.
but his heart's beating faster as he gets in the car because he's nervous, and it's still the unknown. You're still going to flip the car, right?
Yeah.
But he's done this before, and we've never done this before, so this is our first time behind the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So we get in the car, we're strapped in, and everybody's giving us the thumbs up. And I think during this summer, we have been picking up speed the whole time, knowing that the jump is coming.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a big ball of fire, explosions. The car's going to flip. It's going to roll over a few times. But that safety crew is there for us. And that safety crew is 17 and President Trump. They're going to jump. We're going to jump this train or jump these other cars, and we're going to have a fiery crash. But at the end, we're going to walk out of it and go, damn, that was pretty cool. And there's risk. There's risks involved with everything in life. More people have died driving to work. Probably, they always say those stats like more people die within a mile of their house than whatever. Well, of course, because that's where you do all your traveling. But
right.
What I'm getting at is we've been going down since we've known about 17. We've been strapped in the car, and the car's picking up speed, and we are coming up to the jump, and we haven't jumped yet. I don't think we're in mid-area.
No.
I think we're just approaching the ramp, though, because you can see the fear.
Yeah, the fear increases the closer you get to the takeoff.
Right, and
then when
that flight is coming in the unknown, and I think trying to put, whether Biden gets, he gets inaugurated or how this plays out, I can't tell you for sure. Because we don't know how many times the car is going to flip, and we don't know how many rolls we're going to do. And, there are certain dangers with, doing what we're doing. We know that. But we have about a 95 or, I have about a 99% chance that things are going to work out really well, because the communication skills have been so good to get the message to us this far. Yeah. That I feel they've done everything that they could do to keep our safety and security at the utmost.
Yeah. And by the way, to keep our hopes up, Todd.
Right.
Keep us engaged in hope and belief that we're finally going to have justice with all this, because that can easily be forgotten about. That's why we talk to you guys and say, are you listening? Are you listening to our broadcast? Because if you're really listening to our broadcast and you really believe that 17 and Trump are communicating and have planned this and strategized this entire thing for a very long time, you either believe that and you're at peace with what is happening around us, or you don't believe that and you're not at peace with what's happening around us, because there will be a fear before we get to the ramp. As we're coming down the ramp, the closer we get, the more fear there will be until we're lifted off into the sky. There will still be fear, but then as we see, oh my gosh, the euphoria of it all, and then we see where we're going to land safely, that's going to feel good. But then that impact when we do land is not going to feel great either. Okay, and that's going to be the ramifications of the awakening. Right. I love your analogy, and but I'm fearful that maybe we're jumping the shark on that one.
Well, I thought, as I kind of pieced this together just in my head today, I was like,
yeah, you actually took time and thought this up? This wasn't on this spur of the moment?
No, it was little pieces that I was thinking about today, and I was thinking about what an analogy would be so that I could help people maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a point, there's a point where even like Evel Knievel, if you're as old as my day, where he could pull off to the side and not, if he wasn't going fast enough or the wind gusted
He would stop and then try again.
He
Yeah.
would miss the ramp on purpose and go, man, I
Yeah.
would have really screwed that up, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he'd go back to Caesar's Palace and he'd do it, you know, and then of course he screwed up a lot, so I didn't like that analogy.
And by the way, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, great one. Great one. Hopefully our audience doesn't remember,
Evil was
50
no,
broken bones in one accident. What's
I didn't want that ending, Dave, so I didn't go there.
So
But
the other
we've
thing
already
about,
passed,
by
we've
the
already
way,
passed the time that we can't pull off the ramp.
well, here's the thing. The ramp, he pulled off the ramp at the election. He pulled off the ramp at the election of the Georgia election. He pulled off the ramp on last Wednesday when we were in D.C. He and each time he does that, it builds the suspense. Every time that 17 is said, it's going to happen now, it's going to happen on this date or whatever, it has built up suspense. And so that all speaks to a much greater finale, if you will. Let me show you here. This is the 4414, which we pulled up for you. We've been going over this the past couple weeks, especially when I was in D.C. We pulled it up, and these are the markers until we reach the EAM, the Emergency Broadcast System. Okay, you'll notice red number 4 is one of the markers. Okay, and so I want to show you this. This was from Odd Monster, and this is the Vice President Pence's schedule for immediate release January 13th, 2021. Vice President Mike Pence to visit California and New York. On Saturday, January 16th, Vice President Mike Pence and Second Lady Karen Pence will travel to Lemoore, California. There, Vice President Pence will deliver remarks to sailors on the Trump administration's historic foreign policy achievements at Naval Air Station Lemoore. On Sunday, January 17th, Vice President Mike Pence and Second Lady Karen Pence will travel to Fort Drum, New York. There, Vice President Pence will deliver remarks to 10th Mountain Division soldiers, many of whom have recently returned from Afghanistan. Later that evening, Vice President Pence and Second Lady will return to Washington, D.C. Okay. Red 3, classified movement of Pelosi or Pence, which also happened on the 6th, and Red 4, movement of military assets, 10th Mountain. So very interesting that he's giving remarks to 10th Mountain on that. And that's an awesome drop by Mike. Thank you, Mike, for that.
To name that specifically, yes, I like that. That's a bullseye marker.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Appreciate that very much. Okay. Now
is just confirmation of the trip. Is that a trip test? That's when we were wondering about trip codes, trip tests.
Yes. Yeah.
There's one today actually on Pompeo that was a trip entered but not showing.
Tell me more.
Okay.
Do you want me to pull something up?
Well, I thought we would get into the Pompeo.
Yeah, we're going to get into that. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to? Well, here's the other thing. I wanted to mention the time of President Trump's speech. On the one that I showed you, that wasn't the actual time. I think the actual time was 5:13. Okay, and 5:13 takes us to. Hold on a second. Was it 5:13? Was that the one?
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, 513 was the whole speech. Okay. So if we go to 513, that was January 8th, 2018. Important. No private comms, past, present, future. No comms made outside of this platform. Any claims that contradict the above should be considered fake news and disregarded immediately. Where we go one, we go all, patriots.
Boy, they must listen to this show.
Todd, last night, I don't know if you heard, but I talked to, yeah, exactly. I love it. I wasn't dialed into that. I was critical of Simon Parks. And somebody said, going after another blogger or vlogger or whatever she said, one of the things I didn't pick up on, I wasn't thinking about it because I was just thinking about the criticism, or you talking about, how I was pumping up some and criticizing others. But we're not vloggers. We're not bloggers. This is a revolution. Like, if I wanted to vlog, I could teach you how to play basketball, and I would get many more viewers than I get now. And I wouldn't lose business, okay? And I wouldn't lose friends. And I wouldn't have to take so much time away from my family. And I wouldn't put myself at risk, okay, of retaliation from the very people who I criticize, okay? I'm not a vlogger. I'm not a influencer. I'm a leader of this revolution. And in this revolution, the most important thing that you have in any strategy, in any revolution, any battle, any war, is information. And if people are giving out bad information in this war, in this battle, you have to point them out and question them, because we have to be on the same page. We have to be united. And this isn't about how many viewers we can get. I could be sensational tomorrow, put out a brief thing, say I've got an inside intel, and this is what's going to happen as fact in the next 5 hours. And folks, I'd get viral. I'd get, we'd get a bunch of viewers. No, that's not what this is about. This is about seeing what we can figure out. What information can we truly pull out of the communication that is being given to us by POTUS? 5 minutes and 13 seconds was the exact time of that speech, and look where it led us. Okay? So don't be coming to this table with absolutes and secret information that nobody can verify. Just tell us it's your best guess. That's all. It's my best guess. It's speculation based on what we've figured out so far. But be wary of those who are telling you that the information they're giving you is directly from Q. The only way we're giving you information that's directly from Q is because we are reading we're picking up the crumbs that 17 is dropping so that we can share them with you.
Dave.
Yeah.
Hey, you know how we always say, hey, we say something and then it appears on 17?
Yes.
Okay, go to post 4. Look at 513. Do you see anything funny about that blue 4 out there by itself? Maybe we ought to look into that, huh?
Sure.
Well, let's talk about let's just see what it says. Just placate me for a minute.
Okay. By the way, the ID is another one of those all zeros.
Yeah,
Right.
saw that.
Right.
Yeah.
So number 4.
Are you ready?
Hold on. Oh my God! You got to be kidding me. I was just talking about crumbs. I have not done this yet, guys. Some of us come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. Unbelievable, dude. We were just talking about that again today.
Yeah.
Man, we are,
I knew you'd like that.
dude. You know how like you spend so much time with your dog, you start to look like your dog. You know, I think we're starting to look like 17 here. I think.
Hope he's handsome.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Wow. POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. POTUS will not be addressing Nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted, and he must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Wait a minute. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Oh, so basically that the fact that he's insulating himself and it's not part of the plan, it should just be common sense that he does it. Is that what you're getting from that? That just confused me for some reason, and I've read this so many times. It's number 4.
POTUS will not be addressing the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted. See, this is talking about even future from now.
Mm-hmm.
And must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That is kind of a bit of a mind twister, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's not necessarily like it's not a strategy is what they're saying. It's just common sense. It's like, well, just you get out of the way because we don't want people saying, oh, Trump's doing it, Trump's doing it, Trump's doing it, especially seeing what we're doing. I mean, look at his connection to the people that went into the Capitol and caused mayhem. He talked about, hey, we're going to go up to the Capitol and we're gonna cheer on those that are doing the right thing, and there's some we're not going to cheer on. Really? That was the inciting of the violence? There was nothing in that speech that incited violence, and yet look how they're throwing him under the bus. So if he's anywhere near this stuff, he's gonna get thrown under the bus. So focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any 3-letter agency. We know the 3-letter agencies are corrupt. We know the military intelligence is supporting Trump and brought Trump into the election, and Trump is in control of the military. Excuse me. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for a sitting president to activate what must be showed? Okay. We've been down this road before. Snedheads, please let me know the Supreme Court decision that opened the door for the sitting president to activate. Todd, do you remember?
We did this. I don't remember the case. We went down this pretty hard.
Yeah, we did.
The first couple times we went through it.
Yeah. Was that the Throckmorton? Or is that something else? I'm trying to. Yeah, please. Germany's gonna be good. Kuchin, Germany's gonna be good. The world's gonna be good. It's saying that he will look like he is neutral, but he is keeping with the plan. Use common sense. That's my take. Yeah. Germany. Merkel's gonna be gone, and Germany's gonna be fine. Okay. William, I'll check that out. Okay. So, yeah, we just read the executive order. So let me finish reading. Why is POTUS surrounded by generals? Again, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. And we're seeing that play out. 10 Republicans voted in the House to impeach President Trump. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Ross, Clintons, etc. have more power present day than POTUS, Operation Mockingbird. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. Todd, we've been here certainly in the past week to 2 weeks. If we drop 44-14 down to 4, we'd be here. We continue to be directed towards, and the reason why we're here, folks, is because POTUS's speech was 5 minutes and 13 seconds long today, which took us to no private comms, past, present, future. None. Okay? None.
Except for me.
By the way, okay, including 107. Charlie Freak, Charlie Ward, Parks, Simon Parks, okay, David Snedeker, Todd Gediminsky.
Damn
okay,
it.
but outside of the comms, see, we share some of that information. But there are no private comms, and we've said that to you over and over and over again, and that's why we focus on POTUS, we focus on Scavino, and we focus on 17. Okay, that's our main focus. That's why we spend hours going down these breadcrumbs, picking up these breadcrumbs. Okay, and so. No comms made outside of this platform. Now, the platform that they're discussing is 8kun, not Q Alert, QAlerts.app. Any claims that contradict the above should be considered fake news and disregarded immediately. I was telling you this last night. Where we go one, we go all patriots. Okay? So, this isn't, Dave and Todd coming up with this stuff, folks. We are just following what we were told to follow. And then Todd sees this number 4 sitting all by itself right here, okay? And we're led down to number 4. Okay?
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Where was that part where they said to panic and lose your mind and follow the mainstream media and whatever the Dems say?
I think that was in the 60s.
Was it?
Maybe 68, 69, somewhere in that part. Oh, yeah, 69, because you're upside down, people, if you're thinking that way. Okay.
Because I read this last part, and this is the 4th post on this guy, Q, that came out of nowhere in 2017. This is his 4th post, right?
Yep.
And on his 4th post, he said,
I think I read this live.
Patriots are in control. Sit back, have a smoke and a beer, and enjoy the show.
Yep, we've been telling you that over and over and over again. Not because Todd and I thought, hey, let's tell the Snedheads enjoy the show. No, because that's what 17 has told us all to do. We're just parroting what 17 is telling us to do. Todd, but wait a minute. They were in control in 2017? Sit back and enjoy the show? What's been going on since then? The show.
The whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Lisa. No fear, guys. We got this. Yeah.
If you're gonna bet on somebody to win, don't bet Wile E. Coyote to catch the Roadrunner
No.
because I've watched all of them, and if they made another one, I'd probably watch it again tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But I would know the ending.
Yeah. Yep. Um.
I mean, because sometimes those Acme rockets, those. What if you accidentally got the Roadrunner? But it just doesn't happen, folks. It's, it's like Corsi said. Every time Donald Trump looks like he's going to lose, that's when he miraculously pulls it out. He's done it his whole life. When he was going to lose all his money,
Mm-hmm.
he was going to be a normal guy again, like us schlubs.
Yeah.
What happened? Yeah, I mean, what kind of a show would it be if, you knew that the good guy was going to win the whole time? You'd be like, damn, that show's, there was no way they were going to beat him. Look at Rambo. How many times it looked like Rambo was going to get caught?
Mm-hmm.
Rambo always won. Hell, how many memes made about Trump that make him look like Rambo?
Right.
A lot.
So Mary says, I sure don't want to watch this show again. 4 years too long. Yeah, try 14, Mary. Get in line. All right.
Try 400.
Yeah. So, Dave, what do you say about Germany and election fraud? Germany is going to be exposed. All the German crooks are going to be exposed, especially Merkel, and Germany's going to have their country back. Hey, Capitol Police tired of being thrown under the bus. They should start fighting back. Well, Capitol Police are going to have some explaining to do as to why they allowed those people in and who told them to do that. That's exactly what went down.
Well, that's so recent, Dave. I think that might be part of the laptop operation.
Yeah.
Because then they can put that obviously on, they knew that was going to happen because they're the ones who let them in.
So, Todd, you see the 121 there, on number 4.
Yes.
We've been there before many times, and what's significant about this taking us to 121 is that talks about Saudi Arabia. The missile from Yemen, which was an assassination attempt. Who are the puppets and the puppet masters? Who pulls the strings, provides the power? What if U.S. elections can be rigged? This was back in November 6, 2017, folks. Talking about what if U.S. elections can be rigged. You see how Socratically 17 is asking us these questions so we go find the answers. And the Anons and the autists were diving into this stuff big time. How are JFK, Reagan, and Trump different from the rest? They wanted to take down the CIA. They wanted to take down the bank. Why did JFK surround himself with family, much like POTUS? It's about trust, right? What if he was bought and paid for? What if it was bought and paid for, meaning the election? How would this be possible? China, look at all the things pointing to China. Look where we're going, folks. Look where President Trump took us, first of all, today. Let's just think about this a second. First of all, yesterday, okay? Solemn Journey, good to have you. Dave, it's so good to hear your voice, man. Good to have you here. Think about yesterday. In the middle of the front row, okay, from, and I think Cindy just posted this a little bit ago, so maybe I can find it. In the middle of the front row, folks, okay, around a bunch of just a bunch of green and brown. Okay, you see this. Okay, hold on a second. You see this. Okay, a big old red jersey with 17 on the back. Okay, right in the middle, front row, where President Trump is at the border. Everyone's dressed warmly. Everyone's dressed in like camouflage and border patrol gear and the whole bit. And there's a big old 17. That was yesterday when people heard him talk and didn't really hear him say a bunch, right? So, and these are just the comms that we're picking up right now, by the way, okay? Dave, may I ask where you come from? Born in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. Grew up in Ohio on the Erie Canal, and spent high school in Illinois, Iowa College, Providence College, some time in Turkey, some time in Nashville, some time in Florida and New York City, and LA since '97. Does that narrow it down? So, thanks for asking, Kuchin. And spent some time in Germany, Mannheim, Germany. Played for the USA team there. So if I was in Mannheim, if that's in your backyard. So that's that. I want to. So that was yesterday. Okay. Now we took you to this speech today. Okay, of President Trump. Okay, talking for 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Then we went to the
right here in my backpack is the
17
final
drop.
to portable
Oh,
smoothies.
hold on, guys.
And
Sorry.
here it is. This is the.
There we go. Then we went to the 17 drop of 513, which was the length of this particular speech. Okay, and then down at the bottom of 513, I'm going to take you there right now. Or right here is number 4. So we look at these numbers that stick out to us, right? Okay, so number 4. So we go to 4, and no private comms, and then we come down here and look at the end of this. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. This, by the way, I think was the first time that 17 told us to enjoy the show. And it was October 29th, 2017. Some of you just been freaking out over the past month. And we've been trying to get you to enjoy the show. Okay? Then we go to, and it talks about the hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. Then we go to, we always like the mirrored numbers, so we go to 121. And if we pull up 121, you see we talk about Saudi Arabia. 17 talks about Saudi Arabia. POTUS declassify speech. Yemen assassination attempt. Puppets and the puppet masters. Who pulls the strings? Yeah.
When you talk about that Yemen missile,
Yes.
that was last week.
Yes.
You were cruising through that.
Yeah, you're right.
That was at the airport.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I was looking for this a while back because when that Yemenis missile deal hit at the airport, I thought, oh my God, that's a marker. Where is it? And I knew it was somewhere, and I didn't. Then I think I got distracted. Probably answered somebody's question and then forgot to go back.
Yeah.
We get a lot of schnedheads that message and stuff, and I enjoy. Every once in a while, I'll see one that'll be like, "Oh, I'm not understanding. How is this going to end?" And then I'd like punch a little quick message to try to help them. I'm always trying to stay positive, and it's not fake. It's the realization that there's no way they have all this information and they don't know how it's going to play out.
Well, I talk about this a lot. This is not a time to not be engaged in the process. This is not a time to sit back and be spoon-fed information, folks. Your life is at stake here, okay? Thank you, William. I will check that out.
Well, it's okay to sit back and enjoy the show because really that's all we need to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're going to be diverted by somebody on CNN saying they're going to the inauguration of the new president, then you're not getting it because I don't care what I see coming through that little boob tube. It doesn't influence how I feel about the outcome of this. And I think that you have to really accept the fact that what you see with your eyes is not as it appears.
Yeah.
That's what you need to, that's the whole point of this, is to get yourself to realize that this is going to play out and it's going to end up really good, but it may get scary and you may not understand, but you have to trust the plan, enjoy the show. I mean, if I was to take Cindy to a Freddy Krueger movie, there might be times when she wants to cover her eyes. She might not enjoy parts of the show.
That's Todd. Don't be so hard on yourself. Not every time she looks at you, she wants to cover her eyes.
Tesla Krueger.
Or are you talking about the movie? Oh, my bad. Please
Yeah.
continue. Sorry for the interruption. All right.
So, I just can't tell you how guys, the worse it gets for me, the more excited I get. I must just be really, really weird.
Sadistic.
But I'm like, every time it looks so bad for us, I know we're close. We're getting closer.
Yeah.
And the worse it gets, the better I feel.
Yeah.
I honestly do. Because this is what I want. If we were still sitting here talking about the Supreme Court coming in and helping us, I'd be like, well, then how in the hell are we going to take them out?
Yep, exactly.
Who's going to rescue us now? Like Mike Pence this week. I was like, Mike Pence is not going to come up and say anything that's going to stop this process.
Exactly.
I knew it.
This is part of it. We told everybody that because it must be the military. Military is the only way.
Bring it on.
Yeah. Hey, Joseph, thank you for your donation. And Kathy, thank you for your donations, guys. We really appreciate that. Really appreciate you. I want to, Barbara, will you send me, if you got an email on the indoctrination from the website, would you send that to me? William tried to reach out, and I want to get that, pull that up, please, to Dave Sned. So great segue there, Todd. Great point, buddy. Always. And we are looking at right now. Let me take you to where we were. The Yemen thing is a great catch about Yemen. This is relevant. This was like yesterday, okay? And this was predicted November 6, 2017. These always come back around. And then what if U.S. elections can be rigged? Okay. What if it was bought and paid for? Like China, like we're learning about China? How would this be possible? Well, they could infiltrate our government. They could infiltrate the local governments on the swing states that can make a difference in who wins and who loses. Why are there no voting ID laws in place? Because that screws up everything. Voter ID screws up their ability to cheat. What do you need an ID for? List, compare, laugh. Buying a six-pack, buying a pack of smokes, buying some tobacco, some chaw, okay? For crying out loud, driving, filling out a work application. Think about it, people. We use our ID every single day, and yet they've convinced the masses that the narrative is that it's racist.
Yeah.
What is the argument for not allowing voter IDs to be enacted? They're absurd. Why are immigrants important? Muslim Brotherhood, votes, and attacks. Why are illegals important? MS-13 votes, 187. That's code for assassination. Why is open border important? So they can get all these people in. Why did Barack Obama say on the campaign trail last year to illegals within the U.S.? Or what did he say? I've played that for you. It was scripted. It was a popular Hispanic actress who's on the phone with her grandma and says, I got to go. Here he comes. I'm not going to ask him that. I'm not going to ask him that. Okay, goodbye. I'll call you later. He comes on. Hey, how you doing? They're talking about voting. He literally says, if you vote, you're a citizen. Not if you're a citizen, you vote. If you vote, you're a citizen. And you won't be thrown out of the country if you come and try to vote. So they wanted to make sure that all the illegal immigrants would feel confident about coming to the voting booths and voting, and that they weren't going to get rounded up. Then,
well, see, Dave, that also puts another X factor in the voting pool, because nobody can count how many illegals are in the country. Nobody can count how many votes it's going to take to win an election.
Exactly.
So we don't know if there's 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. That always gives them that little cushion where they can say, well, heck, there must be more people in here that, so what would they call them? Dreamers. There's more dreamers here. In other words, putting everybody in the same bucket, saying that every person that comes in America is a dreamer.
Yeah.
It to me, that was the big thing. When you ask anybody in a census, how many illegal people are in the United States of America, the range is huge. They don't know how many, and that gives them enough to say, hey, we don't know how many are in there, and we told them we could vote. So that gives them that the reason to say, well, 120% showed up to vote. Mm-hmm. That's where it came from. The other 20%, you can argue, was people we didn't know were in the country.
Yep. What did Barack Obama encourage? Was this illegal? Yes, it was. I said it was illegal the day it happened. Was this illegal? Yes. Who owns sizable stakes in voter machine companies? Huh.
Not me.
How about China? How about Soros? How about Zuckerberg funding the machines in Georgia? Do you think that's going to buy him a staying away from the 230, amending the 230? Who decides what voter machines are used in elections? Your local and state government does. And they have gotten to those people. Why are some important counties still manually hand counted? God save us, because those counties don't want their election stolen. Folks, this directly takes us to the problem that we are experiencing right now. 17 and POTUS knew about all of this November 6, 2017, and far before that. They've been setting them up this whole time. Do you see what's happening here? Okay.
So, Dave, what you're saying is we have the other team's playbook.
Yeah.
And we we know what the players ate the night before the championship game we're playing them in.
Yep.
And we know that their linebackers were out at a strip club the night before and are going to be tired. Mm-hmm. And they're only going to play with 7 guys because
we know everything about them.
I mean, we know.
This is the reason why these military generals asked Trump to run. was to take these people out that they've been watching do all these things for a long time.
And would Donald Trump have taken the job if there was a chance that it wasn't going to
No.
work?
No. No.
I don't think so.
No.
Why would he?
No.
I mean,
It
he's
was-
not only risking his life, he's
Yeah.
risking his whole family's life.
Yep. Yep. And his reputation, everything. And he works tirelessly.
Oh, my God.
Tirelessly. Folks, do you really, really believe, does anybody, ask anybody in your family, do you really, really believe that this president who won the last election, okay, despite the corruption involved in that one, remember how Sanders was pushed aside by the DNC and Hillary, right?
Yep.
They corrupted that to get into there, okay? And then Hillary didn't even campaign. Why? Because they thought they had it in the bank, because they had control over a lot of the machines in a lot of the districts. But they didn't realize the landslide that came from President Trump. And they couldn't change it midway like they did with Biden. And so here you have this scenario where the president won that election handily, okay, and did everything he said he was going to do, the only being not draining the swamp completely and not locking her up yet. And, he did the wall, he took care of the VA. I mean, the list is countless. Go to magapill.com if you want to red pill anybody as to who President Trump really is. So he does everything he said he was going to do. He builds support. His rallies are like rock concerts. Okay? He gets more people than rock stars at his rallies. Okay? You got people coming from all over. He's got worldwide support through Where We Go One, We Go All, building. And then he gets 11 million more votes in 2020 and loses the election to a guy who wouldn't come out of his basement, put a lid on his campaign sometimes at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, couldn't speak to save his life, was constantly putting his foot in his mouth, was constantly exposing how racist he really is with his track record and the words he spoke. Hires this woman to be his vice president because of her skin color, which is, lighter than mine on a Sunday afternoon in the summer, and who's not only parents were slave owners, but and family slave owners, but she enslaved the black men and women in California as AG. Horrible reputation. Okay. And without that, he's going to beat Donald Trump and get more votes than Barack Obama at his peak. What Kool-Aid do you have to drink to believe that? And I'll tell you, it is the slow and steady, pervasive drip of the indoctrination across newspapers, radio, television, Hollywood, talk shows, politicians, business people, big tech. Drip, 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 drip until the tub is full and you are submerged in a dark water of propaganda. This is how they do it. This is how they have infected our family, our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers, our teachers, our children. This is how they have infected them. This is the indoctrination. So how do we believe that happen unless we're sold that story? And who's believing it? Who's buying it? Fewer people than you might think. But this will not stand. That's what we've been trying to tell you. That's what I'm going out on a limb and saying, folks, Joe Biden is not going to be the president of the United States. Kamala Harris is not going to be the president of the United States. Okay? Not going to happen.
You know, the one thing though, Dave, is that they stick in my crawl about Trump's speech at the Alamo.
Yeah.
That the 25th Amendment could come back and bite Joe Biden.
Well, here's what I pulled up too, Todd. Be careful what you wish for. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Right? That was the 25th Amendment that they were wishing for.
Right.
Right? That's a 17 drop, 586. One of the Sneds dropped this as well, so thank you for that. What would happen if texts originating from an FBI agent to several internals discussed the assassination possibility of the POTUS or member of his family? What if the text suggests foreign allies were involved? Forget the Russia setup, one of 22. This is only the beginning. Be careful what you wish for. As the world turns, could messages such as those be publicly disclosed? What happens to the FBI, DOJ? What happens to special counsel? What happens in general? Every FBI, DOJ previous case could be challenged. Lawless. Look at what happened with Michael Flynn. Look what happened with Roger Stone, Manafort. They were lawless. Think logically. We haven't started the drops regarding human trafficking and sacrifices yet, which are the worst. Those good who know cannot sleep. Those good who know cannot find peace. Those good who know will not rest until those responsible are held accountable. Nobody can possibly imagine the pure evil and corruption out there. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. I've said this multiple times. You're going to find your charities, your priests, your pastors, your people, your congressmen, your local politicians who you voted for are most guilty of sin. Who are taught to trust? Who are we taught to trust? If you are religious, pray. 60% must remain private, at least for humanity. These people should be hanging. 17. This is going down. This is happening. The 25th, be careful what you wish for. 25th Amendment.
So, Dave,
Yes, bud.
you know, when you just get back into the thought of how many people are going to be arrested when this goes down,
Right.
you know, the list of sealed indictments, the last time I checked it, I thought was at around 214,000 sealed.
Mhm.
I may, I've seen different charts, so I can't say, but let's just say there's 200,000 sealed indictments.
Mhm.
Number, easy number. And then there's 50 states. So you're talking about, they could hold up to 99.
Yeah.
That was Robert Steele that verified that for me. We were thinking it was 93 or 96, but he said that they can hold up to 99 people in each one.
Right.
Okay, so let's
Right.
just round that to 100. Now start doing the math of how many people are going to be arrested for this.
Yes. Yes.
200,000 times 100. Now, that's on the high side because that's the maximum number per. You might have some indictments that have 3 people.
Mhm.
So you can't really use it as an overall number, but potentially,
Yeah.
millions is that? I mean, that's what I think Robert David Steele did it. I thought he said 15 million.
Yeah.
That's a lot of arrests.
Yeah.
And one thing you can't tell me
Mm-hmm.
is that nobody's been arrested yet.
Right. Right.
I don't see that. I don't believe that in my eyes. Tell me
Hey,
that.
Todd, hold on one sec. Guys, Brenda, just hang in there. Hang in there. I know you're having some issues right now. Guys, send prayers and love to Brenda Gress, and Reiki if you got Reiki in your toolkit. Brenda, just do me a favor, okay? Cover your left eye with your left hand, but keep your left eye open, okay? Cover your left eye with your left hand, but keep your left eye open, but block out all the light. And then just take some deep breaths, several deep breaths. Again, your left eye, left hand, covering, blocking out all the light, but keeping your eye open. And then just breathe slowly and deeply. Slowly and deeply. And when you breathe, fill up not just your lungs, but feel your rib cage expand sideways, forward, backwards, and then release all that air. Just deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. And we'll talk tomorrow, okay? We'll talk tomorrow. All right? Hang in there. I'll give you a call tomorrow. All right, continued prayers for Brenda, guys.
Absolutely.
Let me do, okay. Gotcha. Hang in there. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are coming through, folks. There's a lot of things that are happening. There's a lot of, this is a time, you know, when you're at the precipice, the darkness is the darkest, okay? Before the dawn. This is when all the pressure comes in, but the pressure is what makes a diamond. Pressure can be fabulous. You just need to know how to control it. And all you're doing when you cover your left eye is you're quieting your right brain. Your right brain is where all your emotions and your feelings and your anger is circulating. And by just covering that left eye, you're calming the information that's going to your right brain. And you're quieting your right brain. You're just kind of calming your right brain a little bit. And then it opens up your left brain a little bit more to think things through a little bit more logically. Okay? Think things through a little bit more logically. And folks, if you have problems, if you have panic attacks, I would recommend trying this. Okay? And just take deep breaths. Okay? Deep breaths. A lot of people are emotional, Zenjen. Yeah. So it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on, but I'm telling you, you can take control of it. Okay? You can take control over it.
Well, and I think another thing, Dave, is, you know, if anybody is feeling, you know, like last night, I didn't feel like I was going to be really capable of, I just didn't have the energy level for last night's show. And I didn't feel that I'd be, you know, it didn't have anything to do with, you know, oh, I'm second guessing anything or I feel a different way. I was just tired.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand, you know, how hard this can be for people, especially, remember back when we all started to just kind of wake up and we devoured all the information we could? Because once you start to wake up and you see things, then the information starts flowing, you start thinking, and you start you need more information about what you've been lied to about, and so you go on that loop where you just need more. You need more. You want to find out more lies. You want to find out the truth, and everybody does it. And see, a lot of people are just starting to wake up right now, Dave.
Yeah.
And can you imagine getting the information fed into their system now?
Mm-hmm.
At least we had the whole, time that we've had, no matter whether you've been awake for 20 years, 6 months, whatever your time period is. When you were waking up, it was a lot easier back then to digest the information.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now we're at that heightened information flow, and we don't know what's true and what's not. I don't. The only thing I know that is true is Trump in 17, and that's gotten me to this point. But if you're just starting now, I'd recommend maybe not following that urge to get all the information now.
Right.
Because this is a time when even people that have been awake a long time are migrating on platforms, and they're following people they don't know are true.
Yep.
And there's a lot of different disinformation, and the digital war is at its highest right now. And that's when the other side's expending all their ammunition too, so they're putting out all this disinformation.
Yep.
And it's scary to a lot of people. And if you're just waking up, if you're just hearing our show for the first couple times, you don't have the foundation to really get in there and mix it up. It's like taking a raw troop, a raw guy that's never seen battle and throwing him out on the front line. He's probably going to curl up and stick his thumb in his mouth and hope he prays.
Absolutely. Talk for a few more minutes. I just got to do one thing.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back.
And I think at this point, we're not all of us are at the same level of awake. And you should probably go back and do a self-evaluation at this time to see when it was you did wake up. Did you just wake up last week? Or are you just popping your head up for the first time going, oh my God, what's going on? You finally saw it? Or have you been awake long enough to digest a lot of subjects we've covered? And if you're not to the point where you feel comfortable that a subject already, don't dive in and try to find everything about this subject, because it's going to be counterproductive. And honestly, if you don't have a good foundation of being awake going into this time period, it would be better for you to unplug completely. And by that I mean don't try to keep up on current events. Spend time with your family. If you have pets, if you have a hobby, if you enjoy doing things, just pull out and don't. And like in the Matrix, when he unplugged.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm going to ask people that don't feel prepared to do this, to unplug.
Yeah.
And focus on what's right in front of you in reality, your life. Take care of your kids, spend time with them, enjoy them, do something that you don't start this journey that some of us have been on a lot longer. Don't start it right now, because I think it could be very counterproductive.
Yeah. And you also, you don't need to keep going down, rabbit hole after rabbit hole to convince yourself anymore, because also what we focus on expands. So focus on how amazing this world is going to be in a very short period of time, because justice will have been served.
That's it. When you think about, that's where I'm at right now. I'm already to the other side of this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm past the point where I feel I survived the jump.
Yeah.
And the fiery crash and all the drama.
Yeah.
I'm to the point right now I want to see, and I'm trying to envision, this world that we're going to walk into when we fly out of the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And, you can't, if you've never been through any kind of training, you don't get behind the wheel of that car to begin with, is what I'm kind of getting at, because I know that a lot of people, they hear us, but do they really hear us?
Yeah.
And I think that's all because, as we grow, we're picking up people every day that are not at the same level of awake. And
Mm-hmm.
that's a spot that can be a dangerous spot for someone who's just trying to digest all of this.
Yeah.
And I really caution against trying to do all your diving like we did.
Yeah.
We did it in calmer waters. You're
Yeah.
trying to dive into the storm.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't do that if you're out in a boat. You wouldn't take your boat out into the lake
Right.
and go fishing if you knew there was a big storm. So what I'm saying is keep your boat, safe on the dock right now, and stay in your house, just like there would be a tornado warning.
Right.
I'm kind of a person that if I hear the sirens going off when we have tornadoes, I run outside in the front yard. Is that right? I mean,
Right.
I want
Right.
to see what's coming. But there's a lot of people that go right to the basement.
Yeah.
And I would highly recommend, with all this information flying the way it is right now,
Yeah.
that if it's detrimental to your health and you feel terrible and you're
Mhm.
having trouble with it, then honestly go to your basement and be safe, and please pray for us, because President Trump needs all the prayers that he can get. And if you do nothing, you don't share anything on your Facebook or whatever you're on now, it doesn't matter if you do anything, because it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah. Guys, I just sent Brenda's number to Angelina, who was the person, lovely Snedhead, that helped Jeff Seifert with some stuff, and she's had experience in this kind of thing. I also sent it to Cindy. Cindy, I don't know if you have an opportunity to maybe just check in on her. But let's not all inundate her with a bunch of calls, but we'll connect with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang in there, Brenda.
Can Cindy give her a buzz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, hon.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, we're telling you all this information because we care, not because we want to scare.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
exactly.
I mean, when you think, I don't. There's nothing inside my body that wants to scare anybody with this information.
No. So it's a great point that, see, that for me, this is no big deal, because, and yet I'm still affected tremendously negatively if I think too much about it and I don't take breaks from it. So because mine has been spread out over 14 years, where you guys might be trying to pack 14 years into 14 days or 14 weeks or 14 months. And it's a lot. And we have a tendency to forget that we need to nurture ourselves. We need to really take care of ourselves. And so that's where we need to be. JD Truth Seeker says, Gematria Tech Company Section 230. This was a John Barron tweet yesterday at 9/11. John Barron, who is the new Trump with the mustachioed Trump, right? So I did a Gematria for that, and the second one on Jewish Gematria is "The storm is coming." So that's kind of cool. Little stuff like that, folks, is finding little victories. And God, a being of eternal light, is the first one in English Gematria. NASDAQ hits all-time high. Prince Harry of Wales. Let's see what happens. The end-time prediction. Elvis Aaron Presley, Whitney Houston. Todd, why don't we go to the Pompeo tweets and what you found with that? Lisa got Brenda. Awesome.
Yeah, Alice is on the phone with her. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks,
Yes.
Lisa.
Best.
Awesome. Yeah. This is family, guys. If you need help, reach out. Like, don't be afraid to ask for help. You know?
Absolutely. I mean, where we go one, we go all is not just the same.
Yeah. By the way, Dee said earlier, thanks, Todd and Dave. I needed this kick in the ass tonight. So
I'll never remember kicking D in the ass, but thank you, D.
we verbally kicked her in the ass tonight.
Sometimes Cindy, I need it again, please.
Well, when you coach kids, right? There's some kids on the team that that have a lot of talent, but they're just lazy. So you give them a little nudge.
Yeah.
And then there's other kids, that you can't. You've got to treat differently. And I've noticed this in my coaching from all the way from T-ball to just before high school, that you find out that everybody's personality is different, and that's what makes the world cool.
Right.
But a good coach knows when you kick somebody in the butt that you're going to get a positive result, and a bad coach kicks somebody that doesn't take that wrong, and then the player pouts and quits. And you have to, a good coach just knows personalities as well as they know, talent. So we're trying to coach you guys up. We want you to be the all-star team and take the message that we're giving you and giving it to your families so that they're not freaking out.
Lori Anner says, I get that. I'm going on 40 years. Started with the Bohemian Grove when I was 17. Bohemian Grove, guys, to remind you of that, that's where they sacrifice in front of the owl deity, Moloch. And the all the rich guys, all the Bilderbergers and all the Council on Foreign Relations, all the cats go there. So Lori says, when I was 17, because of a friend whose father was involved with Bohemian Grove, had to wait until 1984 when the computer was bought and paid for by me to really start digging. I haven't stopped since. There are a lot of us here that have been decades all over this, all of it. And Lori, let me ask you this, Lori, as a veteran in the truth movement, thank you for all that you've done, all the research. And how excited are you right now, Lori, having seen all that you've seen over the last 40 years, to see what's happening right now? How do you feel about that? Dennis, I can't broadcast live on the Indoctrination David Snedeker or David Snedeker on Facebook for probably another couple days. It was 2-week suspension. Or no, that was I'm sorry. YouTube, probably in a couple days, the main YouTube channel, the Indoctrination, I think we'll be able to post back to. But I may not. Because it's my second strike, third strike, and we lose all the everything. But Facebook is 30 days. So, Anita, this group is family. Yes, absolutely. This is a community. This is not just a lecture. This is a community. Let me see if I got an answer from her. If I missed it.
Yeah, this is where we unite. This is where we unite, because there's been so much division, whether it's, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist, or, a sexist, racist, every ist, and, all that. None of all that matters at this point in time, because we have to unite as a humanity to get through to the other side.
Right.
Like I said, when I'm picturing what it is on the other side of this jump, it's when we all can unite and we all give each other a hand up.
Yeah.
We pick each other up and we help each other, and that's the change in humanity is going to be massive. You're not going to have to worry so much about getting cheated or lied to or stealing. We're coming out of a whole third 3D, just a mess
Yeah.
that we've been held into, by the division itself.
Yeah.
So gosh, when we unite, I mean, wow.
So, and Todd, and I want to be clear, like when we're critical of another, member of the truth movement, okay, it's because we need real information. We need to follow what we've been told to do, and we need to stop with all the bullshit outside of that, because there are people that are literally, freaking out, and to start, I don't know. So that's the thing, is because we're at war here, and so we can't be allowing bad information out there. I'll give you an example. I posted something about the Simpsons, and he was dressed like the guy with the horns that went in, the Simpsons character, and I posted that because Simpsons have been notorious about predictive programming. But that was not true. So that was like, so I kind of messed up because I didn't really think it through, because it's like a cartoon, it's a meme, I just went with it. But that's an example where I kind of kicked myself, and I'm like, dude, you don't need to put that kind of crap out there, because it's just, it's fodder for those who are trying to criticize the truth movement. And we don't need to be giving our disbelievers any fodder to use against us.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be okay, guys. It's gonna be okay.
And
By the way, go
trying
ahead.
to figure all this out, do you think that, this plan, I believe in my heart, this plan has been in motion for 50 years, 30 years, something like that, or somewhere around the JFK assassination. There was definitely somebody around that time that was trying to do good for humanity, and they kept getting pushed down, obviously. So the people that are actually communicating to us are the ones that have been on it the longest, and they know they've made the mistakes before, so they've corrected them, and they're taking their time. So when we want something to happen tomorrow, or the next day, or even the next week, I'm in the same boat with you. But just think of people who have had this plan for 50 years or 30 years or 20 years, whatever it is. Think about the anxiousness in their bodies. They've got to be just bursting from the seams.
Yep.
Wanting to get all of humanity on the right track. And so, we're all in it together. We really are. I mean, that's the coolest thing about this is, whether you participate and you want to post and you want to be a warrior, or if you just want to take the information and sit back in your chair and unplug and relax and picture a better world, we're all in it together. It doesn't matter what you do, but don't be in any way divisive at this time.
Right.
Don't start fights over whether bar's good or bad, because nobody really knows at this time. So don't pick on each other. Have a lot more compassion at this time.
Yes, absolutely. Let's go to Pence. I'm sorry, to Pompeo.
Okay, I got to get my computer up and running. I
Okay.
clicked play because I thought we were going to generalize tonight.
Well, we can. I was thinking, just to give an example of it.
It's 11 o'clock. Our time, which is 9 o'clock your time.
You should have never said that, Dave. She's going to hold you to it.
Oh, that's right. You know what? I lost track of time. I do want to keep it short, so let's just show an example, if we could, your favorite example of Pompeo communicating to us, okay? Because it's clear that Pompeo has increased his tweets and spaced them out according to potential communications. Okay, so now this is outside the board, but if his communication and timestamps leads us to real communication within the board, then we're down with that. Here's a very interesting tweet by Secretary Pompeo. Okay, and look at this big old 17 right there. Okay. That's and that's right around the Middle East peace talks. Okay, I traveled to all these countries with peace in mind. Okay, and this is these communications here. He's getting them all to agree to peace. Okay, agree to peace. Chase says, can you clear something up for me? Thought left eye covering was Illuminati. So I'm glad you asked that, Chase. That's a great question. So when your pop star does it in a camera shoot or on a live video, and we know that they've sold their soul to Satan because of their success and because of who controls that success. Yes, that is a Illuminati symbol. When David Snedeker, who is exposing all the Illuminati symbology, uses that as a tool to calm the right brain, has an actual use and can actually calm people, then it's not. So it's like anything. Like, if I have a little pyramid on my desk. Is this a satanic symbolism or is this Illuminati symbolism? They've used it to their advantage, but also many people have used pyramids to their advantage because of their ability, because of the sacred geometrical pattern of it, because of the shape of it. This has a bunch of things in it that shift the frequency of a lot of electromagnetic things around me. So you'll have, you just have to do it in context, right? And then you also look for people to communicate to each other using these kind of symbols to let them know, hey, we're in the club together, kind of thing. So thank you for that. But I also do, by the way, if you're overthinking something, then you can cover your right eye. Your right eye is still open. And you calm your left brain, because that's the one that's analyzing. And sometimes you don't want to overthink something. You just want to kind of let your heart feel it. And so that's an example of where you don't want to overthink something. I'll give you a quick example. One of the greatest players who ever played. Let's I'm not going to take anybody in particular, but you have this incredible basketball player, and he moves through the court like, just glides and then takes off and slam dunks, right? Glides and pulls up with 3 people on him and hits a game-winning jump shot, right? Or a really tough jump shot. And he's in the flow, okay? That's all right brain. You foul him, and now the game stops, whistle blows, game stops. He goes to the free throw line, and on the free throw line, he thinks about it. He looks at the rim, he takes a couple dribbles, everyone's looking at him, and he's thinking about the shot. and he misses, right? So there have been a lot of great players throughout history who were phenomenal creating and activating through their right brain. But the minute you stop the game and go to the free throw line, you go to your left brain, and now you're thinking about it too much. And then you're thinking, oh, am I getting the form up? Am I getting my No, then you've already missed. So that's an example of the use between right brain and left brain in activation. So, but great question. Thank you. Does Pompeo have the secret handshakes? Looks like Pompeo's handshakes are pretty normal, honestly. The Masonic handshake is very like, I'm going to put my thumb right there kind of thing. So, all right, Todd, you got one you want to show us? And
yeah, there's a few in here. No big blowout. I was looking at. Let's see.
Oh, by the way, let me just get this out real quick. The reason why I wanted to go at least till 9 is because of the somebody said that we were going to go dark at midnight. Somebody said that we were going to go dark at midnight. So here it is, midnight on the East Coast, 9:03. So that's why I wanted to do that. Also, Human Non-Dancer. Hey, Dave, have you read David Icke? You sound very familiar to his ideas. Yes, I've read a lot of David Icke. I've watched a lot of David Icke. And I'm actually on David Icke's platform I want to show everybody this, Todd, before we get into this, because you guys haven't done this yet. .tv. So apocalypse.tv, okay, and it's lips.tv. This is a man by the name of Craig Allen Campbell. Craig had me on his first show, his premiere, and he just put me on his show a couple nights ago. And this is Iconic, the alternative, and Iconic is David Icke's channel. And so you can subscribe below, and it's a small fee because it's David Icke. And you know what? David Icke should be getting a fee. Honestly, he's been working his ass off for many decades. So you'll find me on Apocalypse TV. You'll find me on Craig Allen Campbell's TV show, and Craig's brilliant. He's a brilliant comedian. And just an incredible human being, and he's not one of these comedians that has sold their soul. By the way, I wanted to show a couple of those too tonight. All right, Todd, go ahead, take it away, my friend.
Okay, I thought that some of them hit more commonly right between the eyes than others, and I really wanted to kind of keep this a little positive now, because I don't think it's a lot of this stuff is going to ask you to go back all the way to Saudi Arabia and start over.
Yeah, we don't have to go there.
So I kind of started just looking at some of his tweets that, I'm picking through them. And I thought 300 was good because it gives you a little advice.
So take me to the tweet, if you would.
Okay, yeah, Pompeo was tweeting on the half hour at this time.
Okay.
And I've got him pulled up here he started, gosh, I didn't go back all the way 13, 14 hours ago. Usually what I found when I was following President Trump, that his first tweet and his last tweet of the day seemed to have more weight, seemed to messages. So I haven't gone all the way back to his first one today. That may be the one that we should go to. and we could do this
Okay.
together because
Sure.
I haven't. So I would go back 16 hours.
Yeah. So let me say this too that I just came across. Here's Secretary Pompeo saying we never took our eyes off Yemen,
Yeah.
and we were just there with our drops, guys. We were just there with 17. All right. So you want me to go to the first one today?
Yeah, that would be.
I will go to Lori's email, guys. Thanks for the heads up on that. I'll go there after. Thank you.
That would be 7 a.m. my time, so it'd be 8 a.m. Eastern, as we always
Okay.
can. So that would be Q post 800.
Mm-hmm. And how many hours ago would that be? Let me see. So that's 7 a.m. And guys, also he's on the hour. Like this is very calculated, drops here. Okay, very very calculated drops. This is 8 a.m. East Coast time. Okay. No, actually, if you're doing, let's see, before that.
Well, if you go back the whole 24 hours, then you're out of today.
Yeah. So let me go to 14 hours. The first one, 7 a.m.
It's
Yeah.
America first.
Yep. America first.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we're going to 17 drop. Which one?
800.
800.
That would have been 8 a.m. Eastern.
Right.
And
So
we could convert to military here also to see if
Yeah.
there's more.
Let's go to 800 first. February 21st, 2018. The gun found by the U.S. Social Security Secret Service was an intercept we provided. That was 17 providing information about this potential assassination attempt. Okay. Chase, I'll check that out. I haven't done 800 once in the past week. This is not a game. Protect code went live. Code signals clean. We're moving up the timetable. Protect 614 to 46 from number 788. Coincidence? Question mark. Let's and
I always love to hear we're moving the timetable up.
yeah,
Moving up the timetable.
yep.
It seems to be a positive message in my book.
Yeah, and it means it also shows they got control too, right? Right.
Yep.
Um,
Well, seems like things are falling into place and going well.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chase, why are we at? Why do you want to be at 334? What was the what took you there? So Todd, going from there, 788 is also mentioned here.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, we're doing this together, so this is actually better that I haven't been there, so we don't,
Right.
so we can take everybody on the same journey.
Yep. Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted and should be in jail. Instead, she's running for president. What looks like a rigged election. Thoughts of the current president of the United States? Interesting. Again, thoughts of the current president, and it was an election that was rigged. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd rather not say, guys, please hit the like button on the YouTube. That helps to keep us from being banned, and it also helps and pushes us up the ranking so more people see us. So please do that. Also hit the notification so you know when I go live.
And Dave, on that same, on 800,
Yeah.
if you look at all the blue numbers,
Yep.
they all started with 44.
Yep. Yep, exactly. So that was the first tweet from Pompeo today. It was the very much so, Pompeo has been communicating, no question about it. And 44 is, before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless, right? God bless. Okay. Okay. So this is this is good, Todd. So Chase says you need to wind clock. 334 is the only post showing that doesn't fall on the hour or half hour today. Chase, great catch, buddy. Awesome.
Yep.
Great catch. So let me go to that. I'm glad I asked why we should go there. Okay.
Good job. Yep.
Okay. And now, this is December 12th, 2017. Okay. And it's the pen. We've been here before. With the presidential seal and some numbers that we haven't been able to figure out, and it says Merry Christmas, Q. Remember we tried those numbers before? Chase, have you ever looked down those numbers and figured out what they say? We blew that up. We looked at this. We did a couple different things, but maybe something comes out differently now. The other thing, excuse me, that I wanted to show Todd was the picture of of Pompeo, okay, with the pen pointing to, excuse me, an individual, and 17 has said, follow the pen, right?
Yep.
And so, I'm sorry, I'm going down the wrong path here. Here we go. And I think that was just in the past couple of days that he did that. Let me see if I can find it. He's got so many that are happening right now. If you guys have sent that to me, please resend it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it because I think it was a Pence. I'm sorry, I keep saying Pence. I think it was a Pompeo tweet, but it may not have been. But he's got a lot of, and he was in the Oval Office when he was pointing the pen. Do you guys remember that? We went over the executive order. Yep. Summer Dazer, pen equals executive orders. Yep. Give Dave a flashlight. Yeah, this is, I'm not finding that, but here it is. Okay. Okay. So follow the pen, and here Pompeo is pointing the pen at this gentleman who is Robert O'Brien. Okay. That's John Radcliffe there. Okay. This is Robert O'Brien. Okay. Let's look at who Robert O'Brien is. Robert Charles O'Brien is an American lawyer serving since September 18, 2019 as the 28th United States National Security Advisor. Okay. He took over for, I believe he replaced General Flynn. Okay. Let me double check that. Okay. He's been in the Bush administration. He's been in the Obama administration. He's been on Mitt Romney's advisory team as co-chair of International Organizations Work Group. He's been with Condoleezza Rice. So he's been, folks, in the swamp. Okay? The question is, he has defended President Trump to pardon Navy SEAL Eddie Gallagher. Let's see. He's defended the intelligence the administration used to justify the killing of Soleimani. He was reported to have contracted the coronavirus on July 2020 and has been keeping a low profile. The National Security Council under O'Brien, this is what's key, took a greater focus on China, and he aligned himself with Peter Navarro, a fellow hardliner on China. He threatened sanctions against China if it moved to pass a national security law that pro-democracy activists believed would undermine freedom in Hong Kong. O'Brien also criticized China for its actions amid territorial disputes in the South China Sea and oversaw an increase in U.S. and allied military activity intended to guarantee freedom of navigation. O'Brien criticized China's government, saying in a speech that the Chinese Communist Party is Marxist-Leninist and the party, General Secretary Xi Jinping, sees himself as Joseph Stalin's successor. In the same speech, he asserted, "Together with our allies and partners, we will resist the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to manipulate our people and our governments, damage our economies, and undermine our sovereignty." Okay. When many other intelligence officials who had been involved in briefing Trump on national security characterized Trump as inattentive, O'Brien disputed the characterization, saying Trump was laser-focused on the issues at hand and asks probing questions throughout the briefings. It reminds me of appearing before a well-prepared appellate judge and defending the case. Also, after the killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police, O'Brien rejected that there was a systemic racism in U.S. police forces. Okay, this is a patriot, guys. Maybe he worked in the swamp before, but look at his actions lately. Okay, so why is excuse me, Pompeo? Why is he pointing the pen at this gentleman? And he's honored to work alongside him, great patriots to make America the world safer and more prosperous. I think these are the guys on Trump's team here, folks. All right, so that's good stuff. So this, and here we are at this 17 drop with this pen and Merry Christmas. Okay. Shannon, maybe he was planted in the swamp. He could have been in the swamp and also, been a good guy within the swamp and say, one day as I'm gonna be able to do this. One day I'm gonna be able to get these guys right. That could very easily be the case. Let me hold on one second.
Well, yeah, Dave, I was talking to Christy today about how all sayings come out for a reason. You know, like the pen is mightier than the sword.
Yeah.
When 17 started talking about follow the pen, and that led to all of Catherine Herridge's, when she was going through all the basically the impeachment and the FISA-gate and Russia hoax, all that.
Yeah.
How many times did we follow the pen? And we're seeing now that the pen is mightier than the sword in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
And that was another message I wanted to get out before I forget, Dave, is these armed protests are not us.
No. Yeah, good point. Yeah, go ahead.
This message has got to go out everywhere. This is something that you would want to post so that people aren't misled in thinking they're being patriotic by going to armed protests. Please get this out, and if you post one thing tonight, post this. Please don't fall for the trap that is being set by the mainstream media and pushed by the left.
Mm-hmm.
And show up at any Capitol or any rally or any event that has been deemed righteous to bring weaponry or to do damage or harm to others. That's a trap. and you can word it better. I put something on my Facebook page about it, and I think it's one of the most important messages we can get out, that we need to tell other people, other patriots, who may think they're doing something patriotic by showing up armed, on a Capitol step or something. But
right.
This is not going to end well for anyone.
Well,
this is a perfect setup for a false flag event.
Yeah. And it's not, Todd, it's not necessary.
No.
17, not once has 17 said, call to arms. Not once.
No, we are peaceful, law-abiding citizens.
Yeah.
Period.
They'll try to paint us differently, okay? They'll try to paint us differently, but not going to work. Not going to work. Now, I want to go. I want to do a couple things. First of all, if you look at this drop that we're led to, okay, and you look at, let me see, hold on. And then you obviously do the next step, which we do quite a bit, is we drop a number 3, and we get to 34, which George wanted us to go to, and this is Q Clearance Patriots, and I want to tell you that this is fabulous. This is my fellow Americans. Over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country. This isn't some guy in a studio telling you this, folks. I'm reading to you directly from the most impressive and insanely intelligent information drop in the history of our civilization. I want you to remember that when you're getting bent out of shape about the way things are happening. Okay? This is the greatest communication to humanity. And the greatest and the most empowering or repowering of humanity that has ever existed. Because over the course of our civilization, those in power have been the holders of information, and they have kept that information from us, because the holder of the information, the holder of knowledge, the holder of wisdom, the holder of where we came from, where we're going, how we got here, those are the people that have the power. Because they know the story. They know how to rig the system. So throughout our civilization, we've been lied to by those people so that they could retain that power. With 17, do you see how we're being trusted with this information? I'm going to read this whole thing to you. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. Remember, we were directed here by Pompeo's only tweet that Chase picked up on, that was not on the hour or on the half hour, 3:34, and then dropping to 3 and dropping to 34, which is how we do things. On POTUS's order, wait a minute, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. That's what they're trying to do right now. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11/3 or 1/13 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11/4 or 1/14. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EMS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news to all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. Folks, that's where that information is coming from. Okay? And I want to take you one more place here. And let me see where I want to take you is, hold on, is 513, which is the length of time President Trump gave that speech today when we were directed to no private comms, past, present, or future. So this was from President Trump's speech. Again, he can't tweet. Okay? And then we went to number 4 because, Todd saw this number 4 here, which we often do, especially if it's significant. So we went to number 4, where the crumbs that I was just talking about, okay? Operation Mockingbird, Patriots are in control, sit back and enjoy the show. Okay? That came from 513. We went to 4. So that took us to 4. Okay? And then going from Pompeo's tweet, okay, which was 334, which showed us a pen on President Trump's stationery. He just signed an executive order today. Somebody said, why didn't he sign it? Well, they don't show the signed copies on the whitehouse.gov, but they do sign them. Okay? And then what we often do is we'll drop the 3, so we went to 34, which took us to this fantastic message to all of us. And then we drop the 3, Todd. And what's that take us back to? The 4 that President Trump's 513 video took us to. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. The Secretary of State, who is a patriot, and our president each took us to number 4. POTUS is 100% insulated. He will not be addressing nation on any of these issues. As people begin to be indicted and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons, how many of you were wanting him to say something of substance in D.C. at the march? How many of you were wanting him to say something of substance at the Alamo? How many of you were wanting him to say something of substance today? POTUS will not be addressing nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted, and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. That's our answer. Don't expect him to start talking about this stuff. Okay? Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any three-letter agency. Okay? Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Ross, Clintons, etc. have more power present day than POTUS. Operation Mockingbird, that's to tell us that Operation Mockingbird, which was the CIA program which was revealed in 1975 in the Church Commission, that 400 assets were in mainstream media at the time in the 60s and 70s. That was declassified at that time in front of Congress under oath as Operation Mockingbird. William Colby released that. He gave away the family jewels, Todd.
Yes.
Which Herbert Walker Bush was not too happy about.
Obviously not. Dave, we have to do the mirror of 334.
Oh, yeah, 443.
433.
Yes.
Yeah, it's important. This is a direct message.
Do you guys understand how we do the mirrors, right? So we can even go back out to 334, all right? And then we're going to take that to 433, the mirror on important ones. December 22nd, 2017, Thomas Paine, at Thomas1774 Paine. Follow him on Twitter. If you are FBI and don't know who you can trust, contact True Pundit or Kalstrom, and we will take your intel and protect your identity. Trust Ray.
That's huge. Because that's telling the good guys in the FBI that if they have information, they can trust those people, and that's the way they can get the information to who they need.
Yep.
And be protected, because everybody's worried about the fallout of, their identity being leaked.
Yep.
So I'm sure that's being used right now.
All that information they collected.
That's the other thing behind the scenes, folks. We don't have to have indictments and go and drag everybody out and kicking and screaming. There's people making deals right now, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
It's all coming out.
Yeah. Yeah. Chase is also saying it gets better if you wind the clock. So, not just going 433, but going back to 334 and going to 13, 34. Hold on. 23, 34. Hold on. Rank and file, DOJ, FBI, CIA, state, G2, collect, SIS, good, not forgotten, overcome. There's the FBI in there again. Why do you suppose he had Ray with I can't remember. Did he put an X through Ray?
I thought he did, Dave, but disinformation has to be put out there, because if he is a good man, they didn't want to make him a target.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out after the fact who was good and who was bad. It's like trying to figure out the movie The Sting.
Yeah.
No way you could figure it out until the end.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say don't make broad statements, and don't worry whether Barr's good or Barr's bad, or Pence is good or Pence is bad, or, let's let this all play out and not get caught up in the details of it.
Yeah.
Trust the plan.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Don't fight over it. And I see Anons fighting, on different platforms. Oh, he's good, he's bad, and it really, guys, it doesn't matter, does it?
Right.
I mean, because as long as 17 knows, as long as POTUS knows,
Yeah.
which they do, it doesn't really matter how we feel about somebody immediately right now.
Mm-hmm.
So let's focus on the 40,000-foot view about what's happening, and not worry so much about the details.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is a message, the going up to 2334. The president's talking about terrorism, national strategy for counterterrorism. And did we hit 000? We do try. This was when 17 and POTUS were seconds away from tweeting and dropping at the same time. So 17 here, 17 is telling us that did we hit the 0 delta between POTUS's tweet and 17's drop? That's telling us, that's confirming to us that 17 is working with POTUS directly. Okay? We go to 4334. The more you know, coronavirus fatalities had other chronic illnesses. So this is taking us down that path of truth, okay, versus fiction, okay. So thank you for that, Chase. That was a nice little dig. And I also want to go to JD, said 2726, which adds up to 17. JD, if you know why, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was at these, let me take you back there real quick. I was at these drops right here. This was the anonymous, or this was the tweet that President Trump did. This was, did we hit 000? We do try, where 17 was communicating with POTUS. It's just a counterterrorism tweet. But the point was that they tweet at the same time. So let me take you to this one, 2726. Be alert next 10 days. FF attempts, you guys know that. F, not true. Flag, attempts may be carried out in an attempt to change narrative, negative optics. We saw that last Wednesday. High possibility of multiple day coverage event forcing pause on the news. See something, say something. Okay.
Well, and I think that's the potential they have if we showed up with armed at capitals whenever they, put that.
What they're trying to create, right?
Yeah.
What they're trying to create.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, we read the executive order earlier. I read the addendum, but I also read the executive order the other day, and it just has to do with keeping Chinese companies out of the stock exchange, and it's going to expose everybody's ties with stock exchange, or with these companies. Yes, I believe Baron Christina is involved with the 17 drops. Melanie, you're asking me for 2936. Guys, if you're going to ask me for a particular drop to go over, please let me know why. I also want to make sure that I got another one that I think... Chase, I think you dropped it, and it was the other Pompeo tweet that was 714. That was the only other one that was not on the hour or half an hour. And I just want to make sure I got that number right. Would you drop that again for me again, Chase? Appreciate you. and the work you're doing tonight. Let me see. Pat, I can't do a music video because we'll get flagged. I can't show videos on the broadcast because they get me on copyright infringement. That's how they try to shut me down and justify it. Blue Indigo says 3232 end timestamp of POTUS at the Alamo. Okay, was that when it was posted? What's the end timestamp? I don't know what you mean by that. Please let me know. Oh, wow. Holly Sanders says that George News on Telegram posted their live location, then deleted it. Eisenhower Building. I got a screenshot. Holly, will you send that to me at davesnet@gmail, please? Let's see. William, we can't find your email, but I don't know where you sent it. Please send it to davesnet@gmail. Yeah. Multiple day coverage, EAS will force pause on MSM. Yep. Some people are saying that there's a government website that says POTUS administration ended on 1/11/21. Do you know of this happening? I don't know of the government website that says it's happening. I know of the concept of it, that he has resigned, if you will, as president of the corporation because it's an illegal corporation. It's not the Republic. And so then he'll run again for the Republic unopposed, a la Monroe. 7:14 must wind clock. You all referred to missing trip earlier. Thank you. Shannon, Santa Surfing reviewed that yesterday, Dave. Which part did she review? Shannon, was it the what I just mentioned about the 111? So Todd, the other one was 7:14, which is interesting, by the way, because if we go 7:14, and that is mess with the best, die like the rest. 2, highly classified clown ops exposed, 44 remaining. Wizards and Warlocks, save the best for last, P, 17. I like this one, Todd. I like this one, Chase.
Yeah.
2, highly classified clown operations exposed, or I think it's operations, not operators. 44 remaining, folks. If we go to 44, we know where that takes us. Okay. And by the way, we were taken there, and if you drop the 4, you end up at 4, which is the one that both POTUS and Pompeo led us to. Wizards and Warlocks, save the best for last. P. This is he's talking about Pindar, which is the top of the pyramid and who controls everybody. That's for a different show, but I believe that's what thank you, Christy. I'll play that. Thank you. Okay, that's what it was. So the 3232 was the end. So you see how these comms are coming, guys? Do you see how they're speaking to us? We're not making this up. Look at all the connections that we have on this. We're not making this up. Okay? Do you see how they're talking to us? Are you still going to get upset when President Trump doesn't say we're going to arrest Joe Biden, we're going to arrest for treason, we're going to arrest these people? Are you really going to get upset if he doesn't say that after you know what you know based on our show and based on showing you exactly what 17 wants us to look at, exactly what POTUS wants us to look at, what Pompeo wants us to look at? Okay? Isn't this better than me saying I've got a secret contact that told me this and this and this was going to happen. I can't give away who it was, or I can't tell you the conversation I had and why I didn't ask them. What do I tell the people who say 17 said no outside comms? What do we tell them? And how do I prove that you're a real comm and not disinformation? You got to give me something to take to the people to prove to them that this is an outside comm, and forget what I said earlier. It doesn't work that way. All right? So that's why you got to be wary of this, information out there. The information we're giving you, we're going right to the heart and the soul of what they're directing us to. And if you, by the way, if you take off the 7 on this 14, on the 714, okay, then you go to drop 14, and we have the picture of George Washington and the first Revolutionary War. This is the second, by the way. We are in the second Revolutionary War right now. Okay? This is SCIF, military intelligence. What is state secrets? We had that earlier today, right? And how upheld in the Supreme Court. Remember that? I asked you guys to check out the Supreme Court. What must be completed to engage military over other 3-letter agencies? That was earlier today. What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Why is this relevant? What was Flynn's background? Why is this relevant? Why did Admiral Rogers meet Trump privately without authorization? Because he was being spied on and Admiral Rogers knew it. Does POTUS know where the bodies are buried? Does POTUS have the goods on most bad actors? Was Trump asked to run for president? Why? By who? Was HRC next in line? Was the election supposed to be rigged? Did good people prevent the rigging? Why did POTUS? Do you hear that? Good people prevented the rigging of the 2016 election so that POTUS could get into office, because they knew he could get the votes if they didn't allow the rigging from HRC and DNC. Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not become proven as true fact? Listen to what POTUS has been saying. I will never give up. Okay? I will never give up on you, the American people. Okay? Okay. Yeah, Chase, I'm gonna go back to that, but I wanted to drop down to this first. Why is POTUS? Why does the military play such a vital role? Okay, that's the one organization left that isn't corrupt, and he's in control of it. Why is POTUS surrounded by highly respected generals? Who guards former presidents? Secret Service. Why is that relevant? Who guards HRC? Secret Service. Why is Antifa allowed to operate? Why hasn't the Muslim Brotherhood been classified as a terrorist organization? Because we had a member in the last administration. What happens if Soros-funded operations get violent and engage in domestic terrorism? What happens if mayors, police comms chiefs do not enforce the law? Folks, please. This was October 31st, 2017. What have we been watching all summer with the George Floyd riots? Okay. This is somebody who has looked into the future. What happens if mayors, police comms, chiefs do not enforce the law? They let them out of prison so they can do it again. They allowed David Snedeker to get sucker punched in the neck while I'm filming looters. They allow these people to loot and burn and pillage and destroy our cities because they are compromised. What authority does POTUS have specifically over the Marines? Why is this important? What is Mueller's background, military? Was Trump asked to run for president with assurances made to prevent tampering? How is POTUS always 5 steps ahead? Who is helping POTUS? Christy, Trista, will you guys please jump into 14 and let's answer those questions, all of them, specifically, especially the SC. And if anybody else wants to do that, you can send it to davesnet@gmail or Todd and Cindy at Messenger. So that, and by the way, that's 14. Then we drop the 1, boom, we're back to 4. 3 different communications have taken us back to 4 today already. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. Do you think they needed you to hear this? 3 times, 3 different communiques have sent us back to this. Okay? Okay. Let's wind the clock up from Pompeo. The author of the post, the face is never the author. Sorry, hold on. Let me get you back there. Direct comms come in many forms. Direct comms come in many forms. Very telling. I suspected this from the beginning. Shops don't mean the post itself isn't real. How do you hide a message in clear sight? They're doing it right now. Okay? We go to 2714, February 14th, 2019. Memes are important. Mod attached regarding FBI, only regarding last drop regarding fired. If nothing criminal, i.e. treason versus duly elected president occurred, why then did majority of senior FBI leadership get fired, removed? What do they all have in common? Clinton connection. DOJ later, 2 departures imminent. DOJ later, 2 departures imminent. Here's James Comey. Former FBI Director Andrew McCabe, Deputy Director. Josh Campbell, fired. Rybicki, fired. Baker, fired. John Carlin, fired. Bill Priestap, fired. Peter Strzok, fired. Look at that face. Mary McCord, Acting Assistant Attorney General, fired. Lisa Page was doing it with this dude and texting about how President Trump would never get into office. Fired. Mike Cortan, fired. Michael Steinbach. Josh Campbell. David Loftman. Randy Coleman. John Carlin. Sally Yates, Deputy Attorney General and Acting Attorney General. Remember President Trump? Do you remember a show called The Apprentice? You're fired. How awesome, how excited was I when I knew a businessman from the outside of the swamp who didn't like the swamp, didn't like China, and held people accountable and built skyscrapers in New York City with unions and grift and problems and so many things that you've got to go to build skyscrapers, to remodel skyscrapers up into the sky. You got to know what you're doing. You got to be a hell of a businessman to pull that off. Look at all these people. They were held accountable for their illegality, for their treason. They had to get rid of them first before anything could be done. Let me take you back to that. By the way, DOJ later, who wasn't mentioned in this, because this is all FBI, but DOJ later, 2 departures imminent. How about Rod Rosenstein? Okay. And who else was sent packing from the DOJ? was it Sessions? But he resigned, didn't he? 30. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going down a path.
Okay. But Sessions, Rod Rosenstein. Who else was let go from that? So 3714. The frequency with which representations made by FBI personnel turned out to be unsupported or contradicted by information in their possession and with which they withheld information detrimental to their case calls into question whether information contained in other FBI applications is reliable. Think Flynn, FISA illegal. This is the FISA court, which basically they used and abused to spy on President Donald Trump and candidate Trump. And the last one, 4714, hold the line, riders. Justice is coming. Beautiful. Chase, so glad we wound the clock up on this. This was brilliant. Hold the line, riders. Justice is coming. Let me take you back to that. Sorry, guys. Hold the line, riders. Justice is coming. Okay. Before that, this was the FISA court. This is what they illegally used. Okay. Regarding accuracy concerns regarding FBI matters submitted to the FISA court. Okay. This was treason, folks. Do you understand? They're not going to allow these people to get away with treason. President Trump has far, far, far too much ammunition. Somebody led me down this pathway here. This is 2936. Hold on here.
Hey, Dave, when you get done with that, I need to pop in for a sec.
Good. At what stage in the game do you play the trump card? This was March 3rd, 2019. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, this would take a while to get to. God, I don't even know how I'm going to get you there. But I went down about quite a few layers, but it came back and wound around back to 1111. And oh my God, I think I figured something out here.
Awesome. We are going to do the 3-year deltas too, guys.
I turn into a pumpkin in 1 minute.
Okay.
This is huge.
Just make sure your glass slipper is left behind, so I'll know.
Nobody will want that.
Yeah, Chase, great catch on both of those, and then winding the clock. Thank you, my man. That's great stuff. Muchos Gaseous says Nellie Orr speaks Russian. Yes.
Wow, this is incredible.
All right, man. What do you want to do? What do you want me to do? Where did you start first of all?
Oh my God, I had to clear my screen. I had so many, but this is going down a lot of paths, and it comes back to the God number, the 1111.
Yep.
And I want to highlight. I want to show people what this post ends up telling you. Just go ahead and read it for them. And I mean, because to try to get back to it, it would take me like more time than I want to really be on explaining it.
Okay.
But I think if you just take the message in context, this is big. This is a big message here.
So we're going to 11/11.
Yeah.
April 9th, 2018. This was quick. Just did bullet 2, session public attack about 20 minutes ago live. Next, Rod Rosenstein. I was just talking about these two. Yeah. Yes, plan seems to be moving right along. Context. Forgot to post this along with original post. This is a big one, by the way, because notice the letters in kill brackets as well. April A.
Absolutely.
April A. IG report. Sessions public attack. Rod Rosenstein problems. Seals broken. A. Arrests. Why was Huber made public? Why now? Huber is the DOJ in Utah. Everything has meaning. A. Awan. Tarmac. Awan, they were the brothers that controlled much of the congressional computers. They were the Pakistani brothers, by the way. Okay? Pakistan, what's been in the dark for the past couple days? Pakistan. Okay? Tarmac, that was Loretta Lynch, Bill Clinton. That was when she was promised a Supreme Court seat if she dropped the Hillary case. Iran, Muslim Brotherhood, ties to Obama, ties to Clinton through Huma Abedin and her parents who are in the Muslim Brotherhood. North Korea, Uranium One, Clinton's, Mueller, delivered a sample of uranium to Russia. They gave away 20% of the uranium production to Russia. That was through Hillary Clinton and the Clinton when she was Secretary of State. That's treason. FBI, you just saw all the firings. DOJ, Mueller, election integrity. Folks, this was April 9th, 2018. Nobody was talking about election integrity then at the level that we're talking about it now. Immigration bill, that's a part of the election integrity, isn't it? Border, part of election integrity. Wall, military start, big month, 17. Amazing coincidence, plus military start, wall. Where was President Trump yesterday? He was at the wall. Who was the guy in the red shirt with this big old 17 on it? Okay, pointing us to 17. You have more than you know. Reason we are here more.
Look at all the A's in kill brackets. Where was POTUS yesterday? Alamo, Texas.
Yes.
Border, wall, military start. It's telling you that's the next thing. It says plus military start, wall.
Yeah.
It's a marker.
Yep. Him at the Alamo wall was the marker.
Yep. And he autographed the wall.
Yes.
Autograph.
At the 450 mile marker, I believe. Yeah?
Yeah, that was the amount completed. Probably ought to pop that number in real quick.
Doing it now.
I may have done that already.
450, December 23rd, 2017. Search crumbs, number 2. Who is number 2? No deals. President Trump's 3, what's that?
We were just talking about that. I just said deals were probably being made, from the whistleblowers using their way to get this information through back to the good guys.
Yes. Yep. Wow, FBI lawyer James Baker reassigned, according to Fox News. FBI Director Andrew McCabe is racing the clock to retire with full benefits. 90 days to go. How can FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, the man in charge, along with Leak and James Comey of the phony Hillary Clinton investigation, including her 33,000 illegally deleted emails, be given $700,000 for wife's campaign by Clinton puppets during investigation? That was his wife Andrew McCabe's wife was running for office in Virginia, and Terry McAuliffe, who was a Clinton fundraiser, and one of their key operatives, gave his wife all that money when she was under investigation by the FBI for those emails. And Andrew McCabe was number 2 at the FBI. And his wife gets $700,000 from Terry McAuliffe, who is the Clintons guy, when Andrew McCabe is supposed to be investigating the Clintons. 5 minutes before Trump posted again. See the question mark? Pick related. FBI Director Andrew McCabe is racing the clock to retire with full benefits. 90 days to go? Question mark. He was fired before he reached the point of full pension. Holy shit, that is exactly what I wrote earlier. See my post. Q, POTUS actually see my post? LOL, more motivation if so. 17 is telling one of the Anons that POTUS saw his post. Here. That's pretty awesome. And number 2 is Andrew McCabe. That's who they're talking about. He was number 2 to James Comey. That's the 450 drop. That is the 450-mile marker where President Trump signed his name on the border wall to point us here, to let us know what we've already seen with winding the clock up of the FBI being fired and the corruption within our number 1 crime control unit, the FBI. Yeah, Chase, we'll make that happen. Send me an email at davesnet@gmail, please.
Hey, this is a countdown. This is a countdown marker
Where you at?
on this the same one.
On the on the 450 or the 1111?
Well, see where he has the 3 Trump tweets together, and
Yeah.
5 minutes before Trump posted again.
Yeah.
You know, if you blow that up, and you've got 7 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 minutes.
Yes.
I believe we're on a countdown.
Ah.
And then if you go to 343, which is the mirrored number in that drop, this is going to tell us something too. Look at this. This is telling us what we just did.
The mirrored number is, where are you at?
343 in the timestamp, December 23rd. Down at the bottom here, where it says 33. Where is that?
We've
Hold
got 33646 334 right here. 343.
343.
Right here.
The one you got to go to after that.
Yep. That 343 is the mirrored number.
And this is going to tell you exactly what we just talked about.
Yeah. You are learning. News unlocks map. Future proves past. Not everything can be stated 1-1. Not everything can be stated 1-1. Q can't come out and tell us exact meanings of his drops, likely because it would reveal information that would compromise operations as the scumbags scramble to clean up loose ends that are revealed. Hence the 1.2 million, which we thought were 1.2 million normies reached by this board, when the 1.2 million was actually the 1.2 million documents in the IG report, which the scumbags had no clue about. Bad people watching. That's why they have to be in this comm.
And that's why they don't tell us.
Yeah, that's why they don't tell us specifics.
Right.
And 43, if we drop the 3, Todd, okay, 43, these crumbs, are not meant to scare anyone. What have Todd and I said tonight? But merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence in addition to 911. Any military scene is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. Boom.
Yeah, and then
Drop,
there's
drop
26
to the 3.
Well, 262 is the next one to go to after that.
Okay. Dropping down to the 3. Open your eyes. It finally came out that Bob were key players in the uranium scandal. We saw that earlier tonight, just recently. Don't you think POTUS would be tweeting about removal given clear conflict? Why did POTUS meet Bob under cover of FBI director interview? Bob is unable to serve as director per the law. Gowdy comments on Comey history will not be kind to Comey. POTUS has everything. POTUS has everything. POTUS has everything. If you have everything, folks, you don't have to rush to play your cards. Especially when you know the cards of the players you're playing against and what they have. POTUS knows what they have. 17 knows what they have. They know everything. They know their dirty tricks. They know what they're trying to do. They know what they're trying to accomplish. They know everything they're doing. They know how they communicate. That's been exposed multiple times on this broadcast. They know how they're communicating. And they're not going to let them win. But when you know all that about them, you control the game. And you control when it ends. Not everyone is corrupt, fewer than you think. Follow Huma Abedin, Muslim Brotherhood, we were just talking about her. Operation Mockingbird, again, back to that because of the mainstream media that is freaking everybody out. Priority to clean out the bad actors to unite people behind the America First agenda. Many in our government worship Satan. Many in our government worship Satan. We know that. We've followed the White Rabbit. We know what these horrendous excuses for human beings do to children and do to humanity and to fetuses. Not about Republicans versus Democrats at this stage. Where is HRC? Why is the National Guard called up across 12 cities? Trust in your president. God bless patriots. This is all coming to a head, folks. They're sending us down this path for a very good reason. Todd, where do you want me to go? We want to go to 626 or 262?
I went to 262, but either will work.
Okay. 262 is a mirror number right here. And I think we're going to have to go 262 and 626. And here we go. 262, December 5th, 2017. Red, Stringer, 25th. Holy shit. The 25th Amendment, red, Stringer. Hussein, red video, 27th, response. Hussein in Asia on 28th, post Stringer. Analyze. Coincidence? More than one meaning. Hussein read indictments variables. Think circle. Expand your thinking. Take multiple paths. One connects to another. Learn to read the map. The map is the key. Find the keystone. What holds everything together? What do you guys think the keystone is? What do you think holds everything together? JD, why do you want me to go to 22? And let's go to 626. Chatter exploding. Change of narrative will be required. -4, -5. Public to awaken. Mass start. Sleeping pill reject. Operation Mockingbird failure. Fake to real. Blind to 2020. Kill chain. Where we go one, we go all.
And
Again,
then the-
Operation Mockingbird, such a huge factor in all of this, folks. Go ahead, Todd.
And then you see where the 69 blue number to the right is isolated. It's not only a mirrored number, an opposite. It's a flipped upside down. I always thought that was significant.
Yep. And it's right next to 00000.
Again.
So let's go to 69. November 3rd, 2017. Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth we will never forget. All share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. The Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He restoreth my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Wow. Yeah, I'd say we're here. We've arrived.
Yeah.
That's my biggest take over the whole thing. I don't want to expand any more on it, because of something said a couple drops ago. Why speculate?
Mm-hmm.
Just let it be known that I believe we're reaching the end of our journey here soon.
Yep.
So, yeah. I could go on, but I don't want to.
Yep. No, and I want to wrap this up too, because I want to be, I want to have it shareable. I don't want people to be too intimidated by the length of the show, folks. If you have timestamps of places where we really hit on stuff that really, met with you, please go back and let people know. Hey, go to hour 3:13 and check this out. Right? Show people where to go. They need to hear this, folks. You know that. But don't let them be intimidated by the length of our broadcast. We've been on for 4 hours now, okay? That's how we are able to do this, is because we're on for 4 hours.
This is biblical, Dave. I mean, it wraps with this prayer, the Lord's Prayer. And, it says he guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. We're all being guided.
Yes.
I talked to someone tonight that I'll probably discuss later on in a different program, but she's being guided also. Everyone's being guided. This is bigger than you think. It's not just taking back our country. It's the world is changing, and it's even bigger than that. Expand your thinking. So I just can't say how. I'm just going to finish my little thing with. I'm more excited now after this than I was coming into it. So every day my excitement is building, and we must do what they're telling us, though, because there are dangers for the people that are going to help us take back our country, and we have to keep them in our prayers.
Mm-hmm.
The military is, they're putting themselves out there in order to protect and advance humanity. So we got to keep them in prayers, and justice will be served.
Yes. So William says that President Trump turned it over to FEMA in March, military under control. William, I don't know when that happened or when it's going to happen, but that is why 17 has said military is the only way. I agree with you. We agree with you. We actually believe, I believe that there's going to be a transition from President Trump to the republic that we will most likely vote for President Trump going unopposed, and during that time period, it will be run by FEMA and the military. I do believe that. Let me see. Let's see, March 3rd. Oh, this is very interesting. I want to show this from Lori. Lori's been very patient tonight. Thank you, Lori. I couldn't find you at first, and but I want to show you guys this. This is pretty awesome. 2936 that we were just at about playing the trump card. At what stage in the game do you play the trump card? And the capital, which I was at, I was there, and it was like a stage. Yeah, it was all built up. It was really odd, but they're doing construction there, and but it was somewhat of a stage, and that visual was kind of pretty cool. I love that. I love that. That's the kind of stuff that's kind of fun to find, isn't it? Dave, where's the link for all those fired? Kathy, you could probably look on Q alerts and just typed in fired, and you could find it, because I don't know where it was, which where we were on that.
Yeah, been there many times, and we're supposed to be updating and logging the graphic, which I've been lazy in. So, wow, yeah, good night, man.
Dude, this was amazing.
You never know where you're going to go, but we're guided. I think everyone's guided. Everyone's where they're supposed to be, and everybody's, as long as they remain calm, everyone's where they're supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Stay united, hold the line, and see you on the other side if we're dark.
Yeah, exactly. And if we're dark, you guys know where the numbers are. If we can make calls, we don't even know where those are. I did want to show. Holly found this out about George News. George News has been having some great information, and also has been having a lot of this. The emergency broadcast system kind of code at the end of a television day, and they showed their location, and they are right. This is the White House right here. This is the Eisenhower building right here, and it showed that they're actually in the Eisenhower building right here. That's amazing. So that's huge. That's really huge, Holly. Thank you for that. What a great discovery.
Fantastic.
That's fantastic. Guys, do you see how this rolls? Like, look at all you pitching in here. Okay, look at all this energy, right? Look at all this energy that is building. I did ask about the keystone, Todd. I'd rather not say. Pennsylvania is a keystone, right? Bonnie says that as well. Let's see. We've got somebody mentioned.
Well, and that goes all the way back to Epstein and the Keystones, and just think we're not even talking about those other subjects.
Yeah, exactly. Georgia Guidestones. And by the way, Todd, all the things that we went to tonight, folks, I want you to understand something. I've read every single 17 drop. I want you to understand that there are almost 5,000 of those. And every single one that we went to tonight was absolutely connected. So that's saying something, okay? That's really saying something.
And I think we read to completion there, because, when it says we can't go any further because we can't tell the rest of it, basically. That's and, thanks guys, good night. You got all the information you needed, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. News unlocks the map.
Mm-hmm.
So, just like the Alamo and the Wall all correlated, we'll have more news tomorrow, more news the next day, and we'll have events to work with and deal with. But just be calm and relax and take it easy and trust in God that this is in His hands. It's in the Q team's hands, and I trust Him.
Yep. Same. Robin says, Dave, giant voice. Trump said Americans would have a giant voice. I looked it up and found this. That we talked about that the other night.
Yep.
And the giant voice is, let me see, it's the mass notification system for military intelligence. So it's basically POTUS telling us that, yep, exactly. So we covered this the other night.
Yep.
Thank you for mentioning that. That's a good one to remind everybody that, he's dropping information for us, guys. Okay. How interesting. Lahani70 says Biden is getting sworn in on the 20th at the Supreme Court. Wow. Like, meaning he's going to have to testify.
Sworn in has multiple meanings, doesn't it?
Yeah. Renee said, did we talk about the head of ICE resigning? No, I had not heard that. Nice. A few are asking us, and we're going to wrap this up, but few are asking us to go to 22. And Todd, I can cut you loose, but I'm afraid if I do, then I'm going to be up too late. But if you force me to get off, then we will.
Okay.
This is the November 1st, 2017. Who controls the National Guard? Why was the National Guard recently activated in select cities within the U.S.? Can the National Guard work in coordination with the Marines? Yes. Do conditions need to be satisfied to authorize? Yes. What former president used the military to save the republic, and what occurred exactly? President Abraham Lincoln had the military sequester in their homes the Maryland legislature so that they could not gather at the Maryland State House and vote to secede from the Union, because he knew that's what they were going to do, because they were compromised by the South. And if they had seceded from the Union, we would have lost, the Union would have lost the war. Biggest drop to ever be provided on, what did we say? Posts online.
Yep.
Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, and the only reason I don't follow it all the way down to those is because I already know them, but I guess we should do them for the group. Because
what's that?
I don't take everything down to the lower numbers because I have them memorized.
Oh yeah. We know all those.
On my part, but
yeah. Chase said that George payload drop 457 whined huge. There's a lot more in that video, but can expand tomorrow. End show with 114 deltas. Oh yeah. I didn't do the deltas, dude. I'm gonna cut you loose and do the deltas, and then
okay.
And then,
but you
and
gotta
then go.
promise to get off then, otherwise. Well, I can go to sleep, so that's fine. So I'll sign that in.
All right, brother. Yeah, and that might take a few, but thanks. Great stuff tonight, man. I'm so glad we went down the Pompeo stuff, and so powerful. Did I lose you? You off already? So, folks, what we're going to do here is I just want to show you the January 13 deltas from today. Well, first of all, the 457 is Merry Christmas, celebrate the special day in a big way. God bless you all. Chase, I don't remember how we got to 457. Oh, okay, and we didn't do the 3232. You guys have been very patient. We got to do 3232 because that was the. Please see this site. Dave Keystone got here from 3232 from POTUS end of speech timestamp. Durham start also leads to 55. So let's go to 3232. And it says, ready, sir. And this is the watch, which takes us to 4:49, okay, because of the time on the watch. Just make sure you guys are with me here. No, sorry. 4:49 here. Marker 1, set, Q. Marker 2, set, Q. And that would be 3:05. Okay. So let's go to marker 1. Let's go to 4:49. And but before we do that, well, I'll go to 4:49 first. Donald J. Trump, verified account. 1 minute ago. More. How can FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, the man in charge, along with Leak and James Coney, we already went. We just were there. Who posted first? Number 2, McCabe. Okay. And McCabe did not get his retirement. Okay. Now, this is trying to tell us that 17 and POTUS are connected. Okay, 17 and POTUS are connected because who posted first, Trump or 17? And it was 17 who posted first. So it wasn't 17 reading Trump's and then doing his. It was the fact that they're both talking about the same topic. Okay, that's 4:49. 3:05 was the other clock, if I'm reading that correctly, out of memory as well. Okay, this is December 9th, 2017. This is your land, this is your home, and it's your voice that matters the most. So speak up, be heard, and fight, fight, fight for the change you've been waiting for your entire life. Merry Christmas, and thank you, Pensacola, Florida. This is amazing, guys. I'm just so blown away at this beautiful communication that we are being given here. Okay. And how interesting, by the way, 305 is also the area code of parts of Florida, but not Pensacola, I don't believe. And if we're looking at there's a mirrored number 828 that we can check out just to be thorough. And I also want to go, but let me take it 828 real quick. 828, March 3rd, 2018. Stay together, be strong, get organized, be heard, fight the censorship. This was March 3rd, 2018. How did 17 know that we'd have to fight the censorship? You, the people, have all the power. You simply forgot how to play. We have been indoctrinated into passivity, through fluoride in our water, through our food being weakened, through our air being, filled with aluminum. They are dumbing us down. We simply forgot how to play because our pineal gland and our creativity is being completely shrouded and cloaked and weakened. Together, you are invincible. They want you divided. They want you silenced. Make noise. We are with you. Make it rain. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just dropping the 8 to 28. Drops down what must be completed to engage military over other three-letter agencies. During the 50s and 60s, federal troops and federalized National Guard forces, accompanied by military intelligence personnel, were deployed to help integrate Southern schools, 22, and help deal with civil disorders in Detroit in 1967 and other cities the following year, after the assassination of MLK. MLK Day coming up. Junior, throughout this period, military intelligence units also continued to collect data on Americans at home who were suspected of involvement in subversive activities. In the late 1960s, the Pentagon compiled personal information on more than 100,000 politically active Americans in an effort to quell civil rights and anti-Vietnam War demonstrations and to discredit protesters. This, folks, is all about how the POTUS and 17 have used the military to not only infiltrate the opposition, but to save our republic. According to one report, the Army used 1,500 plainclothes agents to watch demonstrations, infiltrate organizations, and spread disinformation. There are people out there that are working for 17, spreading disinformation for the purpose of our saving our republic. Okay? According to one report, the Army had at least one observer at every demonstration of more than 20 people. Think about that. And think about the recording technology that these people have on them when they go and infiltrate these organizations. The Army's activities were summed up by Senator Sam Ervin, allegedly for the purpose of predicting and preventing civil disturbances which might develop beyond the control of state and local officials. Army agents were sent throughout the country to keep surveillance over the way the civilian population expressed their sentiments about government policies in churches, on campuses, in classrooms, in public meetings. They took notes, tape recorded, and photographed people who dissented in thought, word, or deed. This included clergymen, editors, public officials, and anyone who sympathized with the dissenters. Ha 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 ha. Trump has had military intelligence infiltrate Antifa and all the dissenting local governments. Always 5 steps ahead, please be true. This was an Anon talking about this. Well done, picture being painted. Okay? All right? Folks, President Trump, what did he say today? He said those responsible for the breach of the Capitol on the 6th are going to be dealt with severely, are going to go to prison. Those who were responsible are not the people that the media is telling you is responsible. This drops us down to 8. Huma, husband in jail, HRC, Muslim Brotherhood. Look at all this coming together. Or child, that has to do with frazzle drip. What would you do? Kiss your child goodbye and leave without a mother or father for Clinton? Where is Huma today? Was she with HRC on their book tour, military intelligence, state secrets? It gets back to that. No FBI. Look at that. We saw all those in the FBI who were fired. POTUS installed his people within each top spot at each three-letter agency except one. Good reason. There's Admiral Rogers kickstarted this and scrubbed all POTUS's nominations to verify oath. Admiral Rogers was the one told him he was being spied on in Trump Towers, and President Trump tweeted that the Obama administration was spying on him. Do you remember how the media took off with that? Do you remember how the left ridiculed President Trump for assuming that President Obama, who is so above doing anything like that, was spying on President Trump, and they made fun of POTUS, and Obama is going to hang for treason or firing squad or worse? Unbelievable. What is the most, do you think they aren't in control of those respective agencies? What is most valuable? Information. AG Sessions, again, coming up on leakers. Fire or prosecute? Reorg is underway and happening. Coincidence? Senate Republicans pushing for federal judge confirmations last week. Why are Senate Republicans dropping out? Not by choice, and were offered a choice. Rest assured, they will vote pro-Trump. Brilliant. This is awesome, guys. This is awesome, right? Thank you, Christy. Let me go to that. Yeah. And how did we get here? We got here on the 3232. Let me go to. Tell me if I'm missing something on what we just did, but we're going to go to. Let me go to this first. How's everyone doing? We're going to wrap this up here pretty quick. I don't even normally do Wednesdays, but we had to do it. We're at war here. We're at war. Let me see. I got too much open. I got to close some stuff down here. Let's see. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, got it. Thank you. Okay. Okay. For God and Glory from Shruti. For God and Glory tweeted at 3:26 p.m. on Wednesday, January 13th. Anyone else notice this picture moved right, front, and center? Let's see what that is. Anyone else notice this picture moved right, front, and center? It was here, right? And who is that? Who is that? Do we know? Oh, get the hell out of here. Are you serious? Lou17QQ said that's Joe Biden's first wife who died mysteriously. Nelia Hunter Biden was killed at age 30 with her infant daughter, Naomi, first. Hold on. Let's find out for sure. Wow. Get out of here. This is Joe Biden's first wife. This is insane. Wow. Wow. Now. Holy cow. Wow. Now. ABC is Biden's daughter. They are both alive. Lisa, Amy Jo's daughter Jill tried. Yeah, supposedly he killed her, right? Or tried to kill her. Oh, ACB, Amy Coney Barrett is Biden's daughter. I have heard that. Wow. So let me do this. That's got me a little stunned. Now what I want to do is go back to the email and let's go back to the Twitter, the picture on Twitter. So this was an actual picture on his desk. Let's go to the YouTube and see that let me see.
President Trump has absolutely no place.
That's it. It's right there, folks. It's right there. Wow. You want to talk comms, guys? You want to talk comms? That's unbelievable. That's incredible. All right. Wow. Yeah, so very interesting. Leslie, you saw this over a week ago. Which part? Because this is his speech from today. Did his speeches a week ago have that picture? Because this was 7 hours ago. 7 hours ago. So that's what we're talking about. That's what's I've heard Amy Coney Barrett's his daughter like years ago, or not years ago, but months ago, and but I looked into it and where she was raised and stuff. But if you guys want to dig, don't just go by it looks like her or whatever. But I'm trying to show you that this was President Trump's speech today, and of course she is right there, that same picture. Okay. Wow. Yeah, sorry I left you behind, guys. There you got it. This is the speech, and that's the picture right there.
You do any of these things, you are not supporting our movement. You are attacking
right
it.
There.
And you are attacking our country.
Holy cow.
We cannot tolerate it. Tragically,
I think
over
he's
the
sending
course
a message.
Of the past year, made
do you
so
think
difficult
there's a
because
reason
of COVID-19?
Why? Do you think there's a reason why they have canceled the inauguration for him? So this is Wonket. I don't know this group. If Amy Coney Barrett is Amy Coney Barrett secretly Joe Biden's dead daughter, QAnon creeps think so. Okay, that's not going to be a very informative article. This is Mars Loves Freedom. I don't know who that is either. Expand your thinking. We're all learning. Do your own research. Yeah, we know about the rituals. We can't confirm if it's true. Basically, you need to go into Amy Coney Barrett's. That'll be your homework for tonight. Look into her. Also look into the military intelligence and what needs to be in place for them to work with the National Guard and for the U.S. President to call them up. And George News Live tonight was posting so many pictures of Amy Coney Barrett. Wow. Dave, who are the or hers? Others? Guys, you can follow me at Twitter if you're still on Twitter at Dave Snedeker, because I've lost. And by the way, you may think you're following me, but you're not, because they've deleted 1,000 of my followers on Twitter. Let's see. Dave, who are the others? You mean the other people in the pictures behind him? See if you guys can figure that out, okay? Yeah, it looks like Trump has the... can you imagine the game he's playing against Biden? Right? This is unbelievable. Dan Scavino just posted on Telegram, drops 131, 146. 131, 146. Of course we're going to have to do that. 131. Hopefully Todd's asleep. He's not going to get angry with me. 146. Okay. 131. POTUS National Security briefing 3:02 a.m. Please stand by. 3:02 a.m. this morning. He's getting a national security briefing, maybe about what's going down tonight. 146, warning, this is not a game. Direct attack today by New York Times clowns in America. Do you believe in coincidences? How many coincidences do you need before you believe? This is the biggest insider drop in the history of the world. Pray. Oh, we were just at this last night. Last week. This is, I can't do New York Times because I refuse to give them any business. Okay. So this is the NSA and the work the NSA is doing, and we have it all, folks. We have it all. But this is huge. These are both from Scavino from Telegram just now. That's awesome. Thank you for that. See if you guys can find out who the other people are in the photos. Okay. Wow. That's huge, guys. Wow. At 12:42, Bugsy says, Central Standard Time, my Twitch went black, and then you were able to come back in? Yeah, it's like he's saying, I know what you did. Isn't that wild? Man. Wow. Julie Harris says, do I have to stay up? No, you can awaken to, maybe tomorrow morning, guys. Air Force Vets 8700. Now 2.5 hours since we will end this soon. Rock on, Dave. I could sleep during the 10 days of darkness. Okay, we'll figure it out. Yeah, Trump GQ. Trump is the biggest troll ever. Wow, man, that is gangster. Wow. Yeah, Scavino is on Telegram now. Patrick Byrne said something happened today that wasn't supposed to. Patrick Byrne said, please pray for your country, for our country. And I know Patrick Byrne is tied in with everybody because he's been interviewed at the Trump Hotel. And that's why we know he's dialed in. He's with Flynn. He's with Sidney Powell. Yeah. Hunter and Bo were injured in the car too. Absolutely. Dan Scavino 145 also. Did he do 145? And I still have to do the deltas here, folks. So we got a few more minutes. 145. Warning: this is not a game. Direct attack. Same thing. It's the same one, but it is a 5 minute. 5:43 timestamp. 30:27 minus 24:44. I think it's 5. Let's see. 16. 43. 5:43. So the delta between these two timestamps is 5:43. So if we go to 5:43, the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening. The Great Awakening. Yeah. Yep. Pat Evans. This is like a James Bond movie. It is, right? Is this unbelievable? This is unbelievable. Yeah. Okay. Kurt says January 21st, 3-year delta, 574 pertains to election machines. Yes. Let's go to the deltas. I want to go to, hold on, January 13th, 2018. And there's going to be several. We're not going to go through them all, but I just want to give you kind of a ballpark of what we're finding, okay? Security test, 113.18, okay? I think that's what's happening now, okay? 520, big news week, future proofs past. What news was unlocked? Where were we just at that we were talking about news unlocks, future proofs past and news unlocks map? Do you believe in coincidence? Uranium 1. Disclosure. We were on Uranium 1 earlier. This is treason. Where did POTUS stop post-Asia? It was necessary. All these stops. How about a nice game of chess? The floor is yours. Command. Why? Necessary. Who's talking? Think big. Think bigger. Think biggest. Who is talking? Why is this relevant? What comes next? Boom, shock, buy. Admiral Rogers. Because of the Democrats not being interested in life and safety, DACA has now taken a big step backwards. This is getting into the map is the key. The map is the key. Classified executive order, okay, which, you know, and then ending at 2. Missing 1, 2, 3. Find missing 3. Future proofs past. Nothing is coincidence. Corruption and evil deep within, everywhere. Patience. There is no escape. There are no deals. Treason at highest levels. Foreign agents within our government, highest levels. The puppet masters have been removed. All vehicles of delivery removed. Strings cut. 7th floor is no more. That's the State Department, FBI, State Department. That was the deep state. We see all, we hear all. The hunt continues. Prison, death, classified, Gitmo, red, Iron Eagle. We were at red earlier with Obama. Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle was the Revolutionary War submarine that won basically the war for us by sinking the British fleet. Okay? That was a big one. They called it the Turtle, the Iron Eagle. This is the Revolutionary War. 521, we are fighting for life. We are fighting for good. We are at war. At symbol, folks. We've been down this at 521. We've been down here multiple times this past week. Not from a timestamp, by the way. I'm sorry, not from a delta, but through timestamps. The at symbols tells us we're at war. We're at a digital war. We're at war on the internet. We are keyboard warriors. This, folks, is our weapon. This is our weapon. We haven't had to fire a shot. We haven't had to use knives or swords or chainmail or, bulletproof vests. No. A peaceful end to the revolution, because you and I are here and we are present and we are engaged in this process of the Great Awakening, which is where we just were. Woo! Yeah! Do you feel it? Not everything will be clean. Scare, necessary event. Necessary event. Capital. Because we read this that week. Do you trust the U.S. military? Do you trust the chain of command? Have faith. We are in control. This was January 13th, 2018. Either predicting today, which, by the way, scare, necessary event, yes, it was predicting this time and place. We were just hearing about censorship. We are in control. Patriots, Patriots Day. Have faith. You were chosen for a reason. You are being provided the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world. Use it. Protect and comfort those around you. Where we go one, we go all. I was talking to you about this in the monologue tonight. I was saying the level of information that we have received is unprecedented in human history. Why? Why are they telling us? We're in the huddle, folks. The reason you're in the huddle is because everyone in the huddle gets the information to finish the game. Gets the play, gets the strategy. 17, POTUS, need our involvement. They needed 2 million people at Washington, D.C. last Wednesday, because everything had to be set into motion. That orchestrated, choreographed stunt by allowing those people in the Capitol and creating mayhem, that was so that we could finally see the absurdity of the Facebooks, the Twitters, the Amazons, the Apples, of not just censoring your and my voice, and YouTube, your and my voice, but POTUS's, the President of the United States, who everyone on the left calls a dictator, was treated like the treasonous scum that they are, by taking away his voice, by deleting him off Twitter. That was marker. That was red 1. That was red 1. We needed that to happen. The only way that would have happened is if we were all in D.C. doing what we did, and they allowed this narrative to go forward of President Trump inciting violence, and then they allowed the people in that they knew were going to incite the violence, and if there were a couple casualties, well, they don't care, because they just sacrificed those people at the heart of Moloch at the Capitol building, which is literally at the heart of the owl that was created by L'Enfant back in the day for his masters, the Masonic Order, the Scottish Rite Freemasons, that demanded that the owl be there, because every rule, every law that was passed under that dome was a sacrifice to Moloch, just like in the Bohemian Grove. D.C., our capital cannot be in Washington, D.C. of the New Republic. No. 522, a lot of code here, right? As the world turns, happy hunting. P, purse, WRWY, a lot of code. Jeremiah 29:11, we read this the other night. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Is there anybody still listening to my voice that is nervous or fearful? Because if you are, please go back and watch this broadcast again. Is there anybody that you know that needs to listen to this broadcast tonight? My input, Todd's input, all your input into showing us all that this has been carefully orchestrated in order to save humanity from an evil cabal without too many casualties along the way. 523, January 13, 2018, checkmate. 524, Loop Capital slush fund, Hussein, $29 million to Singapore, because that's where they're all funneling the money to. Banco de Mexico, Deutsche Bank, on and on. The guy at Deutsche Bank who lost his life, we thought, oh, it was the woman who was trying Ghislaine Maxwell's case, but it was her husband that worked for Deutsche Bank. The guy in Malibu who was murdered, Deutsche Bank. All connected to Epstein, all connected to Hussein. Follow the money, focus on loudest voices in Washington. Look at what Washington has turned into, folks. Net worth, reconcile. 525, 710, targeted kills, power out, flight reroutes, flight returns, running, public awakening, message spreading wide and far, goodbye at Jack. That's Twitter. This is January 13th, 2018. Edward Mavinsky embezzled more than $10 million from people in a Ponzi scheme. Margie Mogoli's TV reporter and represented in Pennsylvania's 13th district. They declared bankruptcy. Follow him and the family down the hole to find more truth. Engage. Snedheads, 526, yeah? 526. Get into Mark Mezvinsky. Find out what's going on there in Pennsylvania, please. Okay? There he is. Find out what he's doing. Find out what's going on with his family. Oh, Chelsea Clinton. Okay. All right. And here we go. And the plot thickens. He married Chelsea Clinton. Ghislaine Maxwell was at that wedding. Yep. Goldman Sachs. Okay. Find out more about his family. $527, Monday, next week, bigger, public. We listen, 2080 versus 4060. You and your families are safe, promise. 17 has made that promise to us. Be ready, MSM coming, big way. We see all, we hear all, fight, fight, fight. Didn't we see fight, fight, fight earlier tonight? Conspiracy, push coming. MSM lost control. Democrats lost slave grip. Democrat lost center voters. Libs are minority. MSM projects as big movement. Fake news, 4 to 6% lost forever. Hello, George. Hello, George. Does that mean, hello, George, are they pointing us to George News, who we just found out are in the Eisenhower building next to the White House, meaning that they're connected, okay? Or is it hello, George, meaning George Magazine, JFK Jr.? Or does it mean hello, George Floyd, who's still alive? And how they used that narrative to try to steal away black votes from President Donald Trump. Yep. 5:30, side-by-side posts versus actual news show future proves past bigger next week. Chess Fag says, JA's chessboard is a famous game with a deadly move that was thwarted by the world champ in 1918. This comes on the day of Trump's zero-tweet marker. Next move on JA's chessboard is, are you ready for this? QF3, queen to F3, queen, fox 3. Impressive, Anon. So this is 17. Giving props to this Anon. The birth of a deadly martial attack. Capablanca versus Marshall, 1918. Very next move, white queen to F3, Q, fox 3. So this was a famous chess game. Okay? And they have it marked what the moves were. Q, fox 3. Q, fox 3. Let's see. Chase, 3-year deltas point us to George. Video of payload drop. Length of video is 457. Wind 1457. So the 3-year delta again is pointing us to. Wow. Christy says, David, Channel 17 has been declared the Patriots channel on Citizen Band radios, CB radios. Folks, that's awesome. If you have a CB, if you have a radio, get on it. And if you don't have a CB, you don't have a radio, please get one. Please get one that can pick up ham radio signals. Please pick one that can pick up, get one that can pick up the radio. Let's see. What about the bodies under D.C.? Deborah, I don't know. There's bodies under every city. We need to get on that. Brian Anderson on Twitter says Biden inauguration will be a mass arrest event. Sources from Space Force will cut feed from inauguration and initiate the EMS. I'm sorry. Wow. There's a video out of John F. Kennedy Jr. telling you about the chess game and what each thing stands for on the chessboard and talks about the moves of them. Does he talk about this one specifically? You need a license, Angel, for ham radio, but not to listen to it. You need one to broadcast on it. And also, if this is my understanding, if you guys know better than I, please let me know. But also, in a time of emergency, you don't need a license. Yes, Christy. Dave, thoughts on the troops sleeping in the Capitol? Well, they're there to, for what reason? We think to as part of the, the Insurrection Act eventually. I think that those fences are they're gonna take down, they're gonna take out the all the traitors. Scavino just dropped again, 111.13. Can you send me that, DaveSnet at Gmail, the screenshot of the drop? Was the original capital was Philadelphia. They moved it to D.C. That was part of the 1871 when they took control of us and they made the United States a corporation. And by the way, Philadelphia, okay, Pennsylvania is the keystone, right? And 17 has told us actually to, or who told us to stay out of big cities, especially Philadelphia. Yeah, Scavino keeps posting on Telegram. Okay, I gotta pull that up. Nellie Orr's a ham radio operator. Yeah, Christy, Keystone, good call. Yeah, it's the original capital. And if it's the original capital, why wouldn't we go back to the original capital? I mean, other than the fact that, Philadelphia and Pennsylvania are completely corrupted, but they're going to get rid of all those people, right? Blue Indigo thinks Keystone is HRC, number 3800, family from Durham, UK, minor family. I'll check out 3800. Yeah, can you guys send me that video on JFK Jr. and does it pertain to this one too, by the way? Does he talk about this particular one? Okay. Now, this comes on the day of Trump's zero tweet marker, meaning that there was a connection between 17 and POTUS, right? 535, this was January 14th. That's the one we're going to next, by the way. That's tomorrow. If you ever forget what a disgrace now sits in the White House, remember these moments from the good men who preceded him. This was Lynn de Rothschild, folks. Okay? Lynn de Rothschild is the richest woman on the planet. And she is part of the Rothschild family that has enslaved us in debt and enslaved the world in debt through their worldwide central banks. And every single one of these men have committed gross crimes against humanity and children. They've all been in secret societies. They've all been through what's known as the cremation of care, when they must sacrifice a child on the altar of Moloch. They've been victims themselves of things that have taken away their compassion, because you can't carry out the cabal's wishes. You can't carry out the strategy of those who enslave humanity and still have compassion. You just can't do it. So everyone that's in a position of power or influence has already had their compassion completely taken from them. January 14th, 2018. Hold on. Somebody's already debunking the picture on Trump's desk as that of Biden's wife. Okay. However, they have moved the picture. You notice that. Okay. What picture is this from, by the way? And they moved the picture to tell us something, yeah? So the question is, where did that picture, when they moved that photo, what was it? Dave do 1116 from Scavino. Okay. Bridget, happy birthday, January 14th. It could be a big day. Could be a big day. Is Bill Clinton a Rockefeller? Bill Clinton is bloodline, absolutely. I don't know if he's Rockefeller. I don't believe so. But they're all related. They're all of a bloodline. Let me just pull up the 1116 so I have that in front of us. Thank you, Xi. Good start. China, CQ, cancel. Thank you, Xi. Good start. China, CQ, cancel. CQ, help me out with CQ. I think Xi is good, and he is helping us to take out the Chinese Communist Party. China, CQ, cancel. I don't know what CQ is, though. But thank you for that. D. Logan Romsberg. Awesome. Folks, please support our broadcast. Let me see. Rothschild. That somebody's saying Bill Clinton is a Rothschild. Margaret, thank you very much for your donation. Kathy, thank you so much for your donation. You guys rock. Excuse me. Okay. So that could be really good. It's a good start, meaning that, you know, they're in the process of taking out. I know a lot about Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, like going back to Mena, Arkansas, and how they drug run and human trafficked for George H.W. Bush when he was the head of the CIA, and that's how he, you know, got up through the ranks, so to speak. And yet I've never looked into his history before that, which looks like some of you guys have. If you have any on that, on the Rothschild connection, please let me know. Okay. So Clinton said, I just found another clearer photo of that photo from behind Trump, and it's definitely not Biden's wife. It looks like a younger Melania. I'm 99% positive. Yeah, why would they move it? So here's the way I want to look at this. First of all, how awesome is it, folks, that we're looking at this kind of stuff? Does that tell you how far we've come, that we're just not going to just take things at face value, and that we're digging, we're like looking, okay, what's that? Is there yellow fringe on the flag, gold fringe on the flag, or no? Is that a real flag? Is this CGI? Did he drop a number? Let me check that number. Let me do this. What else is going on? Wait a minute. This is odd. He didn't really say anything, but wait a minute. There's a dude wearing a bright red jersey, which, by the way, would not have stood out at the event I attended and many of us attended in Washington, D.C. A red 17 would not have stood out in that crowd because everyone was wearing red, white, and blue. A lot of colors, right? But everyone was wearing like dingy green, brown, black, and then you see this bright red. We're looking for these things. Why? Because no longer will we allow ourselves to be spoon-fed trash from the propagandists. We're going to question everything. That's what's great about this. I don't care that it was who it was behind him. Honestly, if it's Biden's first wife, that's gangster, right? If it's younger Melania, that's fine. But Biden is going to pay for his crimes. That's the best thing. That's the best news about this. Okay? What picture was from 2019, guys? Let's see. Kitchy Bang Bang, what picture are we talking about? Are we talking about the picture behind Trump? Kim says, Dave, you were in brown. LOL, watch out. It was the warmest coat I had. I had Trump gear on underneath, okay? And I had my hat that Lindsay got me. So I had that going on, right? And back here it says Make America Great Again. Okay, so I had that going for me. And then when I ran into Sue, I was carrying her flag for a while. That was cool. Let me see. That was a younger Kitschy Bang Bang. That wasn't younger melanoma. I think you wanted to say Melania. Oh, by the way, Washington State, a lot of power down on northwest U.S. Okay. The picture they debunked is different from the video, though. Yeah, that picture I just pulled up was different from the picture, but it looked like the same photo. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So, by the way, guys, how's Brenda? Laurel, Dave, this is mind-blowing. Isn't this awesome, Laurel? This is really cool. I'm glad we're doing this together, guys. Hawkeye says, now power, I love the batteries, by the way. Now southern Florida and close to Seattle. Thank you, Skyor. Great point, Dave. Thank you. I think on how awesome this is that we're digging, we're looking into this stuff. We're not just we're not being spoon-fed. No more spoon-feeding. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that is the one. Yeah. Okay. Leslie, Dave, thank you guys for all you do. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, Leslie. You're welcome. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone had that hat, Nathan. I don't think anybody else had that hat. Yeah, I stood out more ways than one. Thank you, brother. It was great to see you there too. That was really cool. Let's see. Yeah, you don't need a license for a CB radio, guys. You can do that without a license. We had a big windstorm last night, power outages. Manic Pixie, where are you? Stephanie sent me something on Cash App. Thank you. My Cash App doesn't pop up, but thank you very much for that. Really appreciate you guys. And as I promised Todd and Cindy, I'd get them some cashish today, my friends, for all the amazing work that they're doing. I can't even find my Cash App right now. Oh, there it is. Okay. So how about, yeah, 6'9", you're not getting away with anything. You got to be good. I know. I don't blend well. Mary, look in Messenger. You know what? I haven't even looked in Messenger tonight. We've been dealing outside of that. We've just had so much going right now. Yeah, channel 17. That's pretty cool that we're doing that. Let's see. Guys, I can't even, okay. I got to show you something. You got to understand. You're gonna have to forgive me on this, but you got to understand how we get inundated with this stuff, with your guys' stuff. Look at this. So these are my messages in Messenger. That's just within the last 4 hours. Okay, this is 5th hour. 6th hour, 7th hour, 8th hour, 9th hour, 10th hour. This is all today, guys. And I love that you guys are sending me stuff, but just please understand that it's impossible to get to it all, and so it's insane. But and plus I've got to go to my normal sources too, right? So I think it was Mary. You had said you sent me something, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Yeah, let me see. Here we go. Let me see. So let's see. Trish McD, what are we doing? What's that at symbol? Use the search, put names in. What do you mean by that? Yeah, Dan Lyon says Days of Darkness doesn't necessarily mean we'll all have it at the same time. Well, it has been said that there'd be a continental U.S. blackout. Oh, yeah. So, okay. All right. The length of video, Chase, this is what I was trying to get at. The length of which video is the 457? I'll go to the 457. Just let me know which video it is, okay? Lisa, thank you. Dave, Brenda's okay. Now talk to her. Awesome. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for doing that. Owls for good, baby. Owls for good. That came from me talking about the owls to you, right? And how you loved owls. And I said, no, owls are amazing creatures. It's just that the cabal takes all the amazing stuff and tries to turn it on us, right? Is that why you went for owls for good? Am I remembering that correctly? Southwest Washington is fine. Lauren Price, thank you. I'll look up the Cavinos. Yes, awesome. I love that. Very cool. Okay, Scavino just tweeted. All right, we definitely got to go to the Scavino tweet right now. Okay. And then let's see what happens. Dan Scavino, this is January 6th. Hold on. Are you saying he tweeted or he telegrammed? Looks like it was telegram, yeah? Double check, please. I love that how you turned owls into good. Like, you took it right out of the clutches of the cabal. Said, you don't get my owls. No. Owls are amazing hunters. They're amazing creatures. Okay. 1457. Okay. Yeah. So what was the video? So let me go to 457. We'll come back. Hold on. Where was I at? Why are we? Oh, I had gone to January 14th. Let me go to 457, and then we'll wind it. We'll do more tomorrow. 457, December 25th. Merry Christmas. Celebrate the special day in a big way. God bless you all. Okay, and Chase is asking us to go up. Hold on. Where is Rod Rosenstein? What country specifically? Why? Insurance, please, will fail. You cannot hide what is already known and can be proven. Rod Rosenstein in kill brackets and number signs. And I think 1457, George News payload drop. Okay, so that was the George News on, I'm sorry, yeah, you told me. Okay. Did you guys see that search? It was for George Carlin. It was the Uncle Dave response. He did that bit once, and he did that. The Uncle Dave, where everything burns to the ground, and a new world is created, and Uncle Dave takes the lead, and he does this whole bit about how this fire eats up the population, and a new world begins. And we went backstage to see him after, because I'm friends with his daughter, and I remember I gave him a shiny penny. I gave him he liked coins, and so I gave him like a really cool penny, Abraham Lincoln, and he said when I left, he said, "See you, Uncle Dave," which was kind of cool because Uncle Dave in his story was a really cool character. So I don't know why that was. I guess George searching on YouTube. Yeah, George Carlin. So George News. Sorry about that little side story there. So this is George News, but it's the payload dump. Let me see if that comes up. Okay. I'm not seeing the one. If you would just send me the basic one. And then we went down to we got to 1457, and Rod Rosenstein's been popping up quite a bit here. Okay, and then Twitter Supermom. This is tweet is from a suspended account. That's going up the ladder there. Let me go to 3, 4, 5, 7. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 7. There's the clock. 4:49. If you look close enough, you might see. This is worth remembering. If you look close enough, you might see 4:49:19. 4:49 exactly 19. Is that 4:49 on the 19th? 4:45 on the 19th. Guys, this is better than like Encyclopedia Brown or Monk, Nancy Drew. Guys, this is the real deal. We're like living through history right now, and we're part of it. We're part of it. The 19th tracker, isn't the 19th National Popcorn Day? Why would they tell us about 19? 449 is 17. Good point, Patriotic Mama. Chase, 1719. Nice work, guys. I'm a little tired. 1719, July 27, 2018. Twitter near 20% slide. Facebook near 20% slide, all because of missed earnings. What does the street know? Insiders dumping. DC moves slow. At Jack, Mark Zuckerberg. Your hands are dirty. Boom. Look what happened in a week's time from them kicking off President Trump and so many people off Twitter and Facebook. Look at this slide. I had it up earlier. Not here, but Dan is still crushing it on Instagram, huh? No, power's not going to be, Howard, they're not going to turn the power out for 10 days. It's just internet, television, and phone. And you'll still have emergency services on phone. And people will be told what to do. The only reason people are saying stock up on food and water is because of, it's always a good idea. But look at this, guys. This is unbelievable. That I hope I brought you with me on here. Yes, I did. Okay, good. Yes, please support this broadcast, folks. I couldn't find the Cash App money. Whoever was asking me about that. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I am. Melissa, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And Grantham, thank you. Thank you very much. Sherilyn, thank you. No, okay. Grantham and Melissa, thank you. And this is awesome. This is some good stuff, folks. I'm picking up, yeah. Yep, they moved her picture. I think that's we got that. Good stuff. Good stuff, guys. Perry Mason, Patty, great call, right? Colombo, right? Let's see, Dave, live webcam for Reagan National Airport. Let me check it out. Let's see. Let's see. You were saying that B. Carlino, hey, that you see a 17 in the background somewhere? I'm not seeing it. Is this the one? Anybody see a 17 in the background? Not seeing it. So, yeah, good stuff here, folks. Really good stuff. Mary, this is what I think you sent me. Yeah, well, I've covered this many times on the broadcast, that Mark Zuckerberg is he was put in this position. His name is actually Greenberg. Recruited by CIA at Harvard, gifted Pentagon-written LifeLog program and $500 million to start the company on the day Pentagon kills LifeLog, Facebook registers. So LifeLog was the Pentagon's plan to try to capture all of our information, but then they had to privatize it, and they had to give it to a Rockefeller to do it. What is Zuckerberg? I keep getting him mixed up with Rothschilds and Rockefeller. Yeah, it's getting late. We're starting to see 17s everywhere. Exactly. Inspector Clouseau, that's another good one. So Bugsy thinks, who thinks is all going down on the 19th or the 24th? Very interesting. Cam 4. I found her. Let's see. Josie Ark, what a great show tonight. Thank you. It was awesome, wasn't it? It was really awesome. I think you guys are saying David Byrne, but it's Patrick Byrne. Dick Tracy, Stephen, I need the watch. I need the watch. Dan is posting every minute, D. Wow. So let me pull up. I think you guys sent me. Let me see. Let me see here. Let's see. Oh man. Here. I think you guys sent me. I got to go on Telegram. This is from Jody, some stuff on ACB. Let's see. I can't really, like, I don't look at pictures and think, oh, that's a dead ringer. I don't know that. Naomi Christina Amy Biden. U.S. Supreme is not on the Joe Biden's left. So this is more speculation without a lot of evidence. Also, Beau Biden, Joe Biden's son, did not die from cancer in 2015. He is alive and well and is working as a military lawyer. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, pictures don't see if you're going to show pictures without like digging into, where Amy Coney Barrett grew up, what her parents are, where she went to school, where this other dude, if you don't get into that and you just show some pictures, I'm sorry, but it's kind of lame. I appreciate you showing me that, Jody, but I think it's lame. The picture should be the start of the investigation, right? The start of the investigation. I'm seeing, I see this screenshot from you, James, but I don't know what it's for because I can't really make it out. James Plano. Amy, thank you for your donation. Thank you very much, Amy Stevens. Let's see. POTUS message on Facebook. No, all caps. I know, no, all caps. POTUS is no longer on Facebook. Okay. Before it's news, major arrests just took place. Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Joe Biden, Hunter, Kamala. This is an audio. I'll check it out later, Ashley, but it could be true that they all got arrested, but we don't need to get into that kind of speculation because we know they're all going to be arrested. So I don't really need to know if it's today or tomorrow or the next day, honestly. Sniperwood, that was camera. You wanted camera 3 or camera 4. I didn't notice that there was another camera. Let's see. Oh, camera 4, right? You said camera 4? Yeah, webcam 4. Let's check it out. This is camera 4. Oh, okay. There it is. Boom. That's kind of cool. I wonder what that is. But see, guys, we're looking for this kind of stuff now. How cool is that? Right? That we're looking. We're looking. Okay. Hawkeye Stargazer, go to Twitter at ReadyGov. FEMA tweeted to make sure your cell phones and laptops are charged. Tweet at 12:23 p.m. 13 hours ago. Okay. That might be significant. I don't know. Let's go at ReadyGov. ReadyGov. There we go. ReadyGov. FEMA's public service campaign encouraging Americans to plan ahead for disasters. Disasters don't plan ahead. You can. 9 hours ago. Emergency preparedness. Meet and network with your peers. Are you a young leader? Be prepared for a power outage. Charge your cell phone and laptop. Have flashlight and batteries. Keep generators outside at least 20 feet from the house. Have a plan for refrigerated medicines and power-operated medical devices. High winds can be dangerous. Interesting. Some pretty basic stuff, but January 12th is all emergency preparedness, isn't it? National Weather Service talking, showing us where the storms are. Keep gas generators away from homes and garages. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I like that, even though, they do that a lot, it looks like, okay? Treason and shall suffer death, Mark Elliott Zuckerberg. Folks, these people are going down. That's why they're working like hell to try to save their ass, okay? Al's for good. Lisa, I think you might be right. Michael Jackson alive, molester. is a clone. Michael never did it. I think they had to take him out, just like they took out Prince, just like they took out Chester Bennington, Chris Cornell. They took out what's his name, the chef. They took out a lot of people, folks. That's why this is dangerous business. This is dangerous stuff, and no way Joe Biden can be in office. Melania, wishing all Americans a happy and safe 4th of July. This was July 4th, 2020. Looking forward to celebrating the birth of our great nation and signing the Declaration of Independence with POTUS at the White House this evening. See, people said that, well, she made a mistake because, and celebrating the signing of Declaration, okay? Looking forward to celebrating the birth of our great nation and the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Many people think that POTUS may have signed a new Declaration of Independence on that day, because that is what they... we are going back to that nation, back to that republic. Anthony Bourdain, guys, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. How cool would that be, guys, if they're all alive? Why? Because they've been working on this a long time. Okay? No, they won't take out the power grid. If the power's out, this is my prediction, speculation, but power will be temporary if it's out at all. Yeah. Yeah, we're in a show, guys. Truman Show, Lisa. Truman Show. Scavino trolling Biden video. I've got to get to. Can you do Telegram on your computer? Let me see. Here, let me see if I can pull this up. And I have it on my phone. I haven't dialed into it yet, guys, but Todd, what are you doing up? I see you just logged in. You just joined Telegram. Guys, I think you can find me at I don't know. I got to find my Telegram. Where's my Telegram? How do you find out? So I'm at David Snedeker. It's a green DS. A green DS. I think I'm also have the IndoctriNATION, but I'm not for sure about that. I'll get back to you on that. But go to DS, David Snedeker, please. And then, how do I find Scavino? Do you guys know his? Let me see if I can find it. Daniel Scavino, Daniel_Scavino. Do you guys know? No messages there. There's a Dan Scavino. Hi, Julie. Yes. Okay, cool. Julie just, what is Dan Scavino's handle on that? Guys, do you know? Yeah, Kathy, I don't know how to use Telegram either, but we've gotta use it. This is huge. Yeah, Owls for Good. Also, Michael Jackson has on his Neverland Ranch clock, it says 10:10, right? 1749 is the watch. Yes, that's where we went, I believe. We went to 1749. Just his name. Hey, Beth. All right, you guys are getting me. Well, Dan Scavino is, it says Dan Scavino bot. Let me try Daniel Scavino. Yes. At Daniel_Scavino? No. No messages yet. Dan Scavino 40. It's with an E. Wait a minute. And he's trolling Biden with his video, but hold on. View in Telegram. Okay. All right, here he is. Okay. All right. Now, I should be able to, let me see this. Okay. Got it on the wrong one right now. Come on. I'm not going to do country code and all. No. Come on. Okay, now it's going to SMS me. Except it didn't stay up. Come on. Come on now. Okay, thank you, Julie. I can't get at it now. I can't get at it. It sent me a message. It sent me a thing, a code. It's ridiculous. Come on now. All right, bear with me, guys. All right. Yeah, it just sent me a code, but then it wouldn't work. No, I don't want to do that either. Okay. All right, so now, has anybody confirmed that this is the real Dan Scavino? And it's just video after video after video of Biden. So is this, is he the first arrest that will shock the world? Right? But how do we know? He's going nuts, isn't he? Guys, is this true? Scavino's like, he's doing like all kinds of posts, one after another, right? 11:58, day in the life of Joe Biden. Come on, guys, I got to be able to pull this up. Let me get back to your chat and see what you guys are saying about that. Those Biden vids just started. Kushner could be first arrest. I don't think Kushner's going to shock the world. And I don't know why they would. Okay, thank you, Christy. I'll check that. Okay, let me see here. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Dan Scavino. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We went over this the other day. Oh, this is 9:53. Okay. Yeah. Let's go here, Christy. I'm glad you dropped that. Holy cow. We went over this the other day. This 1719. No, I went to 1719. That was pretty intense. But I wanted to go to 49, didn't I? 49. 1749. Great Awakening. Patriots are united in their pursuit of common goals, good versus evil, right versus wrong, humanity. Power over another person is not okay. Patriots are not divided. Borders do not separate us. We fight together. We are strong together. We the people, where we go one, we go all. I had gone mistakenly to 1719? No, wait a minute. It was the watch. It was 449.19 and 449.89.17. 1719. Yeah, I was at the right one. 1719, because 1749 doesn't make any sense. Well, it does, but you know what I mean. It doesn't like, wow. Okay. All right, so where we're at right now is I want to take you to 953. Okay? 953. 953 is very interesting. Let me bring this up for you. Okay? And we just, by the way, went over this the other night. Okay? Okay. Remember the FBI that said that, you know, all those people were fired, right? Okay? All right. Kathy, good point. Those are all Scavino old tweets, maybe just uploading. Okay. Yeah, Patriotic Mama. Yeah, I had it right. Thank you. Johnny Rotten, they are shutting down Telegram now? Are they going after Telegram? Okay. Yeah, okay. And you just did another one at 12:01 a.m.? Okay, so let me take you down 953. Okay, how bad is the corruption? FBI past, present. Number one, number two. We're looking at Robert Mueller, James Comey, and then Andy McCabe, plus 29 more. Okay? 16, I'm not sure, I can't remember what 16 means. DOJ, past, present. We're looking at Loretta Lynch. We're looking at Eric Holder. We're looking at, who's number two? Plus 18 more. The State Department, past and present. We're looking at Hillary Clinton. We're looking at John Kerry, plus 41 more in the State Department. Removal is the least of their problems. How many times have I said they're not going to be, you know, leaving office? They're going into leg irons. Projection, Russia, Democrats, HRC, Twitter bots, Google operated not Russia, narrative and political, slant, Biden, China, big development, traders everywhere, America for sale, Flynn, targeted, why? Who knows where the bodies are buried? Flynn, cleared of all charges, Trump admin, version 2, a peaceful transition, folks. A peaceful transition, yeah? Version 2, election theft, last hope, congressional focus, impeach. Folks, this was March 17th, 2018. That Q said this. Okay. How in March of 2018 did 17 know that Flynn would be cleared of all charges? Trump administration, version 2, election theft, last hope, congressional focus, impeach, what happened today. They think you are stupid. They think you will follow the stars. We have. You having an Oscar watch party? Huh? Oh, wow, I saw this. Let's go to Hollywood and see where all the stars live. They openly call you sheep and cattle. There will come a time none of them will be able to walk down the street. Biggest fear, public awakening. And that was from Christy, thank you, Christy, who dropped that in this form almost 3 years ago. Clean up Comey, FBI, and Mueller and McCabe. Clean Lynch and Holder, DOJ. Clean Clinton State Department and Kerry. Impeach attempt, Russia, HRC. Twitter bots, Google operated, not Russia, narrative and political slant. Biden, China, big development, traders everywhere, American for sale. China picks Biden for DNC. That's what happened because they had already paid him. Flynn knows what they know, railroaded. You are here. Sound familiar? Coming soon. There will come a time when none of them will be able to walk down the street. Biggest fear, public awakening, declass pedo crimes. How about that? How about that? Yeah. Linwood said what was being removed today? Telegram? Folks, I'm going to call it because I'm exhausted and I got a full day of work tomorrow. If we're not dark. Thank you all. If I didn't get to your stuff, I think I got to enough. That was pretty amazing. That was an amazing night. Thank you to Todd. Thank you to Cindy. Thank you to our mod squad, Barbara, Christy, Dixie, Cindy, Beth, looking out for us out there on the chat rooms. Thank you to all those who stepped up to, look out for Brenda. We love you, Brenda. Don't leave us. We need you. We need you. We got a lot of stuff to do together. And our the best is yet to come. Thanks for reaching out to her and making sure that I was aware of her. Great job with that, reaching out to those, that are having a tough time, right? And that's what we have to do. I mean, what else is there? If we don't take care of our brothers and sisters, that's what needs to shift. This isn't just about taking out the pedos. This is about us being aware of the evil streak that can potentially run down every single one of our spines. And these people were rewarded for going in that direction. There but for the grace of God go I. We are fortunate that we are alive in this time in human history. And I'm honored to be a part of this revolution. And I'm honored to be here with you to watch this unfold. If we go dark, it was predicted by those who are saving humanity. And be at peace with that. Enjoy the show. Dear Lord, please watch over us all this evening, and thank you for President Donald John Trump and his family. Thank you for the Q movement, all the Anons, the autists, the keyboard warriors, the snedheads, all those who are a part of this revolution, part of the awakening of humanity, planet, so that we may get rid of the bad, get rid of the evil, and shift into a new paradigm without the fear. We ask you to strengthen us in this fight, in this battle, in this resolve against evil. We thank you for watching out for us and supporting us and strengthening us through the Holy Spirit, through Jesus Christ. We ask that you bless all those who are having a difficult time right now. Thank you for this abundant life that we live and the awakening to the truth. We look forward to a better day ahead. Thy will be done. Amen. All right. A few minutes short of a 6-hour show. Thank you, everybody. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here's the thing. High energy. Yeah, Pat. High frequency. We got this, folks. Okay? We got this. All we got to do is keep our vibration, keep our frequency high. Pray, meditate, and yeah, stock up on all that stuff: food, batteries, supplies. Fill your gas tank. Get a generator. I don't think we're going to need it, honestly, guys. But just don't allow yourselves to be victims. Don't allow yourself to be dependent on a government or people that really don't care about us. But that will change. That is changing as we speak. All right, all. What a show. What a you're welcome, Susan. God bless you all. Please support our broadcast, folks. And we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going. Love you all. Yeah, it was going to be a short show tonight, guys. Do you see, if you've never been a part of a 6 or 7 hour show of ours, do you see how this happens? Do you see how this easily flows into? People can't believe I do 6 hour, 7 hour shows. Todd and Cindy, they're right there with me. You guys are right there with me half the time. But you see how it happens? Because we're putting a puzzle together. we're building a new world. And we're starting now. See, that's the difference between those who are still asleep and those who are awake. We're actively imagining, pursuing, engaging in the actual acts that will create a new planet, a new earth, a new humanity, of accountability, of justice. We're already doing it. We're already creating it. The reason why 17 needs us in the huddle, think about it. Millions of people sending that energy, sending that frequency from their heart, from their love, from their compassion, from their genius, all coming together and sending that energy out into the world, out into the ether, and connecting with one another. That event on the 6th with so many snetheads and so many digital warriors and patriots was beautiful. And these sons of bitches are going to try to spoil it by allowing people in that they had planned ahead of time to try to make the rest of us look bad. I've had people literally angry at me for being there because I was a part of it. But that frequency, that energy, they had to run that false flag. Why? Because people were praying, people were singing, people were waving flags, people were hugging. Very few masks, if any. Kissing, hugging, touching, holding hands, helping each other up. That's what they fear. That's what they fear. They don't fear us showing up with guns. They fear us showing up with love. That is powerful. Love will conquer all.